For some background information, by living a small apartment complex right outside my campus with some friends. I'm also a 20-year-old girl, so my friends were always bashing on me for never meeting up with any boys or going. I've gotten sick of it. I didn't want to be the little friend who stayed home and eats pizza while friends were out on dates with boys. So I signed up for Plenty of Fish. Now I'm not the type of person who would say yes to any random stranger. They had to be nice looking, they had to have plenty of photos of themselves, and we both had to have at least 2 common interests. So with those rules in my head, I psyched myself up to join the world of online dating. Within a few days I already had 2 boys I was talking to. One said he was a doctor, kind of hard to believe because he was 20, and one said he worked as a construction guy, easier to believe. I didn't think that the doctor guy was lying to me, but one day, as I was getting crap from my roommates, the construction guy, who we can call Dan, messaged me on a messaging app we were using and asked if I wanted to go out for a bite to eat. I told my roommates where I was going and who I was with. You know, all the things someone should do, so someone knows. Have you been abducted? I even had a check-in time so that when my roommates texted me if things were good, I had to say some silly code word that meant things were going good. If I responded with another code word, it meant help me get out of this, and if I didn't use code words, and she would call the police for help. So I quickly dolled myself up and got ready for my date. I put my hair in a classy bun, leaving strips of it hanging down around my glasses. I've put on a nice white blouse and some black pants, and I was ready to go. I jumped in my car and headed out to the restaurant where Dan had chosen. It was just out of my town, but it was still only a 15-minute drive from my apartment. I arrived at the restaurant and saw him almost immediately. He was wearing some nice clothes and looked just like his photos. He was waiting just outside the restaurant doors for me. His eyes lit up when they saw me. He walked over to me and smiled. We chatted a little bit outside, since it was summer and not too cold outside, and then walked inside. We dinner and talked about our life and things like how school was going, and I got the text from my friend. But since everything was all good, I sent that good code word back. Dan talked about how much he liked his job and things, and altogether was pretty nice, except for one thing: Dan was boring. He didn't do anything exciting or really talk enthusiastic about anything, and it was boring. It was an average date, and I honestly didn't care to go on anymore. The next day I woke up to the feeling of my phone vibrating non-stop. I looked at it and realized it was vibrating so much that it had fallen off my dresser. I almost laughed. Then I saw the messages were from Dan. At first they were all things of how much fun Two had had and that he would really like to go out again. But then the messages took a turn. They got violent and angry that I wasn't responding. It was 7 o'clock in the freaking morning. I was sleeping. I no doubt of that situation. I texted him back and said I had been sleeping in that. No, I was not going on any more dates with him. I was just about to block his profile on both sites when I got a final message: watch your back. It said at first I was really creeped out, but then I thought that since I had blocked him and all my accounts were deleted, he could do nothing wrong. Later that day I saw text from a random number telling me how pretty I looked to my blue PJs. I glanced outside just in time to see none other than Dan running down my road. How the hell did he get my number? I thought wearily. I blocked that number and continued what I was doing. Later that night I fell asleep pretty early and woke up to my phone text alert going crazy. It was from the number I had just blocked. Earlier that day there were dozens of messages saying how I was going to get it. I quickly showed all my roommates the messages. They all told me that I should go to the police, but since I was a stupid person, I didn't. I blocked the number again and went back to sleep. But once again I woke up to my phone buzzing. I didn't wait. I jumped in my car and drove all the way down to the police station. Once there they told me they couldn't do much to help me and just told me to block the number. I did. At least I had it on record. Nothing happened for a few days. The numbers stayed blocked on my phone for a while, about then the pictures started. They were pictures of my house, of me in my house, my car, and my work. I went back to the police and finally I was able to get a restraining order against Dan. I never received any messages from Dan again after that. I now never ever use dating websites at the age of around 6 or 7. I live next door to an old 60 or so year old man named Keith. He would often go running around the streets as if he was very fit for his age. At the time I lived with my grandmother. She was friends with him and would often invite him round for a cup of tea and to gossip. Things were fine for a little while until one day I looked out my window in my bedroom. From my window I could clearly see into his garden. He was laying on a deck chair masturbating. As I was a child, I didn't understand. Of course I assumed he didn't know I was there. The next day, I went to open the curtains in the morning and saw him doing the same thing again. He looked up at me and smiled, then carried on a few weeks later with me, not mentioning it to my nan in case she thought I was lying about it. I continued to see him almost daily. I started to realize it wasn't right when I noticed he would make an effort to make me look by doing such things as making loud noises outside and even shouting my name. Soon after it was my birthday, my nan invited him round to my party, as most of our neighbors had been invited to, and was alone in the kitchen getting a glass of water. When I heard the kitchen door open and saw him walk in, he was wearing gold cycling shorts, which clearly showed off everything. At the time I thought it was just a fashion choice, but now I see that he wanted people to look. He said to me, "If you were my daughter, I would never let you leave the house looking so sexy. Thank you for keeping our secret." I don't remember my exact answer, but it was something along the lines of, "Sexy is a bad word." He started to pull down his shorts and I panicked and called my nan. She rushed in to see him standing over me, quickly pulling his shorts up and with an erection, thankfully, and never saw him masturbating. After this, Manon called the police and he got a warning. In my opinion, this wasn't enough for what he did. I lived next door to him for another 6 years. I'm a man in my late 20s, a work graveyard shift midnight to 8 a.m., and have since turned 18. At the time of the story, I lived with my wife and newborn daughter in a third-story apartment. Front door to the apartment and a small kitchen window are both accessible from the outside, but all other windows in the patio door, which is attached to the living room, are about 40 feet off the ground. We live in a pretty safe neighborhood, but it's surrounded by some pretty sketchy areas. Also important to note is that the only air conditioner we have, this window mounted to our master bedroom. So all three of us were sleeping in that one room when daughter was only a month old at the time. It's late July and blistering hot outside. I'm a cold weather kind of person, so anything over 75 degrees and miserable. So I've got the windows open and the sliding door to the deck is wide open to trying to get a breeze going through the house, and so only the bedroom has AC. To make matters worse, I've come down with this fever that is just kicking my ass and I've just had a baby. So I'm running in about 10 hours of sleep for the whole of the last month. As I said, I normally work graveyard, but this particular night, as I went out to the living room to get dressed for work, I could barely lift my arms. You know how when you have a fever, your muscles turn to jello and everything hurts. That's me to the max, so I said it called into work and so hard on the couch in the living room I proceed to have hardcore fevered nightmares and eventually, awake in a pool of my own sweat, check the clock. I've only been out for about 30 minutes. I start trying to go back to sleep. When I hear this thump, 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 I cannot for the life of me figure out where this was coming from. The thumps continued. It's not loud, but it seems like it's right on top of me. I listen as closely as my disease-addled brain will allow me, and nothing. The noise has gone as quickly as it began. I took a peek on the video monitor to make sure my daughter is doing okay and promptly go back to sleep. Thump, thump, shoo, as once again I'm awake and trying to figure out what that noise is. My attention is drawn to my infant daughter crying in the other room. I know this means she's hungry, so I peel my ass off the couch and go to the kitchen to begin making her a bottle. My wife emerges from the bedroom unaware that I'm home and gasps with surprise, which startled me as well. I turn towards her to put her at ease, which causes the living room and the patio to be in my line of vision, though not hers, as she's still in the hallway, as I'm telling her it's okay, it's just me. I see something fall from the roof on the patio, and then, a moment later, a man dressed from head to toe in black drops down from the mother roof of our 3-story building onto my patio. My feverish, sleep-deprived brain went full panic mode. I tried to think of words to blurt out, but all that came out was a loud panic scream as I took off, running from the kitchen towards the patio door, which is wide open. The only thing keeping this out is the flimsiest screen, which isn't even locked, and I'm moving like I've got cement blocks 4 feet thanks to this fever. Luckily, he heard my incomprehensible yelp and saw me running towards him in the darkness and decided to scurry back up onto the roof like a ninja. Thumb, thumb, thumb. I pulled the door closed and lock it. My wife runs off to call 911. While waiting for the police to arrive, I see that he has left his duffel bag on the deck and the police show up and investigate the bag. I was very upset by what they found inside: zip ties, duct tape, condoms, disposable cameras, rope, a rather sizable dildo, a couple box cutters and a nice big hunting knife. I have little doubt of what this man came to do that night, and if I had not decided to stay home, I don't see what would have stopped him. My husband and I moved into this house about 9 months ago. At first the neighbors seemed okay. We are the I and by type. There's a woman who lives directly across the street. I'll call her Lucy on Mother's Day, as my husband and I were leaving for brunch. Lucy wished me a happy Mother's Day and I wished her the same. Lucy began approaching our driveway as we started to pull off and didn't want to be rude, so I rolled down the window and told her we were in a hurry and we could talk. When I returned, she became hysterical, yelling obscenities and throwing her hands in the air. My husband pulled off. When we returned, we noticed 3 of our 4 planners on pedestals. Stands, located outside the front door, were turned over as we got out the car. She ran out of the house and stood at the end of her driveway. She didn't say anything. She just watched us. We decided to go to the store, replace the planners and clean everything up. When we put up the new planners, we also decided to get 6 Wi-Fi security cameras to put in all of our windows in case she pulled something like that again. When we pulled up, Lucy ran out again, but this time she brought a chair to the end of her driveway to watch us as we were cleaning up and replacing the planners. A neighbor came to speak to us. He told us that the landlord should have warned us about Lucy, but Lucy sometimes does things like that if she feels slighted or disrespected. Our response was, we were not there for her entertainment or companionship, and she needs to stay away from our property when we begin installing the cameras. She went back into the house the next day when we left for work. Lucy ran outside in a nightgown and stood at the end of the driveway with her arms folded. When we returned home, we saw the planners were moved but not knocked over. This time we weighted them down with rocks. We looked at the video and saw 2 girls about ages 6 and 8 come from Lucy's house. They tried to push over the planners. When they didn't succeed, they went back to Lucy's house. We called the police to get the incidences on record in case Lucy decided to escalate for the next 2 months. Every time there was movement in front of our house, if she was home, Lucy would run outside. We decided to ignore her, since it was clear she was mentally unstable. One day, when we came home from work, she blocked our driveway with her car. We called the police, who made her move it but did nothing else. We explained the situation to the officer, who stated we should just keep records of her behavior and call if she makes contact with us. A week later she blocked our driveway with our car again. We called the police again. This time they gave her a ticket. Lucy continued to run outside any time there was movement. But now she would also pull up in her vehicle about a minute before us, wait in her car and get out when we got out. This happened no matter what time we got home after work. One night we noticed she was pulling out of a driveway at the end of the block. After this, we decided to use another entrance into the subdivision. This worked for about a week. Then she sat outside of that entrance and followed us in. I began videotaping these incidents with my camera a month ago when things escalated. I came home for lunch and there was a huge trailer blocking my driveway. I asked the driver to move and he refused, stating he was a friend visiting Lucy. I told him to move or I would call the police. He moved but then moved back. Once I parked my car, I called the police and the number on the side of the trailer. The owner stated the trailer should not have been in a residential area and apologized. The police ticketed the trailer and made the driver leave. The man visiting Lucy was arrested for outstanding warrants for unauthorized entrance and criminal trespassing. About a week after this incident, she followed us into the subdivision, parked her car and ran to the end of our driveway. She yelled about us contacting the owner of the trucking company and how stupid we were for doing that. She turned around and went to her driveway. When she saw I had my cell phone recording her, we called the police, who took another report and warned her to stay away from us and the house. She went on about how we didn't own the house and how she could go anywhere she wants on our property. The officer warned her that if she does come on our property, she could be arrested. About a week ago, a group of kids came on our property, began fighting on the front lawn and throwing trash everywhere. Lucy sat on the porch and yelled for the kids to yell louder and fight more. We called the police and the officer told us that they were just kids playing and they all denied being sent by Lucy. We showed the officer of the video and he still refused to do anything. He told Lucy to stay away from us, a warning other officers have made, and she continues to ignore. In the day after this, it was 40 degrees. Lucy came outside and stood in the middle of the street watching us. She has continued to do this every day, including this morning. It's obvious the police are not going to do anything. We have 3 more months left on our lease. Needless to say, we're going to move, but until then we will keep calling police and saving the video recordings of her stalking and harassing us. I live in Norway, which is a small and safe country, where usually the creepiest thing to happen to you would be a nasty look from a stranger on the bus. Because of this, I never thought anything creepy would happen to me, because, well, it just doesn't happen here. The city I live in is Hanafoss, which basically translates to Chicken Falls. In the fall of 2015, right around the time I turned 20 years old, I moved out from my mom's into my first apartment. The apartment was in the basement of our house and the owner of the house was an older single woman who lived above me, but we didn't get along that well. The house was situated at the end of a gravel road in a wooded area with fields around it, about 1 kilometer from the main road. The last part of the road, before he got to the house, was up on a steep hill. To get to my apartment, you had to walk through the front gate and around the house to get to the basement where I lived. Right outside my door there was a small porch which was usually just used if I or any guests wanted to smoke because of the house being up on a hill. There was a really steep wooded slope about 5 meters from the entrance. This was also the end of the backyard, so I basically lived right next to the woods. So this all started in May 2016 when my boyfriend, Sam, moved in. He lived in Oslo and therefore we needed a car to move all his things. His best friend, Jessica, agreed to help us when she got off work, which meant it was going to be a long night. Around 11 p.m. we left Oslo and started to drive to my place. Because of road work, we had to stop for some time and didn't arrive until 1 a.m. at my place because Hanafoss is a small city. It was dead silent. When we arrived we started unloading the car and I grabbed some plastic bags and went around the house. As I stepped onto the small porch outside the basement, I heard a sound from the woods down the steep slope. It was the sound of leaves rustling in a particular rhythm, as if someone was walking in the woods and kicking the leaves when they lifted their feet. I thought this was kind of weird because I knew there wasn't any kind of hiking trail down there or any other reason for someone to be walking there, especially at 1 a.m. It was just woods and an empty field. Sam came up behind me and he also stopped, wondering why I was just standing there listening. "Shh, do you hear the leaf sounds?" I asked, and what he didn't answer. Jessica also stopped to listen at this for a moment. Hear what Jessica asked before I even had the chance to answer her. Sam told her about the rustling sound. "Yeah, I hear. What is it?" she asked. But I literally had no idea. We all just brushed it off as some neighbors or kids, even though there wasn't a lot of neighbors that far into the woods. About a week later, at 1 a.m., me and Sam sat outside smoking. When I heard the sounds from the woods, we joked about what it could be because, as I said, we're from Norway and creepy things just don't happen here. Stupid thinking. I know we didn't pay much attention to the sounds and eventually we went inside. A week later. Same time we heard the noises again. At this time I actually pieced together that this happened at the same weekday same time, which was kind of strange, and we got a little scared. We joked about it being a killer living in an abandoned house next to us. We laughed and again brushed it off as just some kids or an animal, but still we were somewhat afraid of what it could actually be. The next week passed without any sounds from the woods and we completely forgot about it until the week after. I didn't want to smoke, so Sam went out on the porch alone. After a few minutes Sam busted the door. His eyes were wide and he sounded scared as he whispered, "Quick, I can hear those sounds again." I ran outside and listened from the porch. Sam was right. The sounds were there again, the same rhythm and pace as before. Only this time it sounded as if, though, they were closer. I was a little nervous, so I just looked at Sam. It was just as nervous as me, still being so sure of nothing happening to us because of our safe country. We walked closer to the slope and I shouted, "Ha, very funny. Maybe I should call the police to let them know someone is creeping around my house." We both just laughed and then we heard the sound stopping immediately, thinking we scared off whoever it was creeping in the woods. We enjoyed the silence and shouted law and right. As I shouted, we hear the sound again, just faster and louder, and this time it sounded as if someone was following, sprinting right towards us from down the steep slope. Just imagine if you ever tried walking up a steep hill covered in leaves and your feet almost slipping under you because of it being so steep. That was the sound we could hear. At the same time, both Sam and I just turned around and ran as fast as we could inside, cigarettes still in hand. We locked the door and turned off all the lights and fall to the floor. I was incredibly terrified. "Did you just hear that?" I asked. Sam looked terrified and nodded. Someone was running towards us. I asked, "Hey, just nodded again, Redis." He nodded. We hear a sound that still gives us both goosebumps to this date. It was the sound of boots walking on the wooden porch. It was so shocking. My mouth was just open while holding my breath. Scared. That whoever was on the other side of the door could hear us. Sam looked at me and pointed to the door in panic, signaling that he also heard it. I lifted my shoulders. I guess it's the international gesture of I don't know. We both just sat there for some time too, scared to move to the living room when we heard a loud bang on the window next to the door. We both just sat there trying not to make a sound. Now, the way the house was built was so that the upstairs where the lady lived was at street level, but if you went around the back, it would look like a two-story house, even though my apartment was the basement. So basically just half my apartment was the basement, if that makes any sense. The layout of my apartment was that when you entered the apartment there was a bedroom to your right, a kitchen straight ahead of you. Next to it was a bathroom which was between the kitchen and the living room which was to your left. The living room was fully underground and just had a small window by the ceiling and you could just see a flower bed and a bush. But now we also could see a pair of worn-out boots in the dark. I looked at Sam and pointed to the window and whispered, "Taffin, no we June for what?" The Sam didn't say anything and just looked at me, still terrified. I'm not sure if the person outside even knew where the apartment was, because then he would have probably sat down to look at us. Maybe he thought that the basement upstairs were connected and that we ran inside and upstairs, and now the person outside was trying to look inside to see if he could see us. We crawled into the bathroom and locked the door and just sat there. We didn't have our phones, so I'm not sure how long we sat there. We sat there listening, but we couldn't hear anything. After probably half an hour, we crawled into the living room and put the sofa pillows in front of the small window and called my mother to ask what we should do and if we should bother to call the police. Stupid Norwegians. I know we should have just called them as soon as we got our phones, but it's just not how we do it over here, and besides, the person was most likely gone now anyways. My mother was kind of angry that we woke her up at 2 a.m., but after we told her what had happened, she said it was okay and that we should call the police if we felt it was necessary. At that time we were just tired and we knew that there was nothing the police could do. I mean, we didn't actually see the face of this person or anything other than his boots. After he went away, we moved out about a week after that. For reference, I'm a 20-year-old Hooters girl and encounter creepy guys all the time, but never like this. I occasionally get asked for my number and go on dates by older men, but always politely turn them down without really upsetting anyone, and was working the night shift the other night, and 40-something-year-old man sit at my table by himself. I greeted them the way I greet all customers, lots of smiling, laugh at their jokes, ask about his or her day, etc. He was really irritated and didn't seem to want to talk to me at all, so I assumed he was there to eat and go without all the chatting customers expect from the waitresses. I offered a box and dessert at the end of his meal, but he just paid and got up to leave. When I brought back his change, he grabbed my arm and pulled me close and said, "I want you so badly," before letting go and walking out the door. I was so uncomfortable I just stood there until he left. This was around 8 p.m., so I told the other girls, then I just kind of got over it. We closed at midnight on weekdays, so by the time I was ready to go it was about 1:30 a.m. I carry a stun gun in my bag and normally have someone walk me to my car, but it was so late that nearly everyone had already left and those that were still there were busy trying to clean up so they could leave. I parked right in front of the doors, leaving my car only 5 feet away, so I decided to quickly get in my car without being walked. I always lock my doors out of habit and went to check my phone, which was dead. I have one of those crappy chargers in my car that only charge at a certain angle, and was trying to get my phone to charge when a truck pulled up behind me, blocking the end. I couldn't pull forward because the restaurant was in front of me. I couldn't back up because of this truck. At first I thought it was my roommate who will sometimes come check on me if I get home too late to make sure I'm okay. It was a silver truck, which is what my roommate drives, and when I turned to look at it, it was a different model, which made my heart sink. This person then proceeded to honk their horn at me over and over for a good 5 minutes, trying to get me out of my car. When I refused, because Mama didn't raise an idiot, he pulled up next to me, started knocking on my window and yelled at me to get out of my car. It was the same guy that was at my table 5 hours earlier. My phone wouldn't turn on, so I switched into reverse and fast and furious my way out of the parking lot. He started following me with his truck, so I ran a red light and started speeding. He stopped at the light and I drove for a bit before going home in case. He caught up and tried following me to my house. I checked my car when I got home in case he hit my car and was trying to let me know, but I didn't see any marks. I don't know whether he was trying to rob or kidnap me, but creepy man who waited for 5 hours in the parking lot for me. I really hope we never meet again. Some female late 30s, and I'm a travel counselor for a large tour company. We are pretty and well known, so I'm not going to be dropping any names for anonymity's sake. So as a travel counselor, fancy smancy way of saying, travel agent, I book many cruises. Both my company and the many cruise lines offer us in the industry what's known as a fam trip to familiarize us with what the cruise line offers. So I was approached 2 weeks before the holidays with a chance to take such a trip on a 4-night cruise to the Baja Peninsula. It left the day after Christmas, since my husband had a big guy's trip with his BFF lined up. I thought, perfect. My in-laws have been begging us to watch our 7-year-old daughter, so she went to grandma's and I went on a free cruise. What could go wrong? A little sand, surf and sun, and while it's winter, 66-degree days are much warmer than the teens and below zeros we have up north, and the flight was perfect. The embarking went smooth as butter. The lovely balcony Ramon was put on was wonderful. So far, so good, right? That night I'm in dinner and an Indian man sits next to me. Not less struck me as odd as there were several empty seats available. He strikes up conversation, introduces himself and says he's traveling with his elderly parents, sister and her family. He's 26, works in communications and attended college in London. He seems nice. We have a lovely conversation and I throw in that I'm happily married, have a child, etc. Finally, his family arrives to eat and we part ways. I figured I'll never see him again the next day I get off at our port. I signed up for a Segway tour. And who do I see in my line? My new friend and his father, and I assume is his oldest nephew. He of course waves at me and we make simple chit-chat before starting our tour. After the tour there was the opportunity to walk around. I chose to browse the shops and get some pizza. However, I felt I was being watched or followed. I turned around a few times but didn't see anyone. I shrugged it off and went about my day. I go back to the ship, change into my bathing suit and go lay out on the deck. It's a perfect 72-degree day and my skin loved the vitamin D. I order a drink and put in my wireless headphones. I'm dozing. When I feel hands roughly shake me, I joke sitting straight up. It's my friend. Although he's frowning, staring at me, disapproving, he angrily tells me I'm not allowed to show off my body and that I'm disrespecting him and his religion by acting like by now I have to cruise employees I'm friends with. I've taken many cruises and get to know the employees who hear the commotion are telling him he needs to leave me alone. Never mind them embarrass. I tell him I'm a married woman and what I do isn't of his concern. As he stomps off, he informs me. If I was his woman I'd be sorry. I figured I won't have to deal with him and the next day is perfect. No sign of him. We are at sea and I hang out on my balcony, sunning and dozing. That night, after a few martinis at the piano bar, I settle in my room for the night after talking with my hubby through Facebook Messenger. I'm about to doze. When my door starts shaking, it sounds as if someone is violently running into my door. I throw a robe on and look out the peephole. It's the Indian guy. He looked crazed. It was formal night, so he's in formal wear. Harem-used red face, screaming profanities at me. Luckily, the guy across the hall is a pretty big guy, opens his door and tells the creep to get the hell out of the hall before his kids were woken up. Indian guy gives one last profanity and then leaves. The next morning the guy across the hall tells me something terrifying. He swears the guy had a steak knife in his hand. I informed the cruise director but I'm not sure what happened after that. I only saw him one more time on the cruise as we were disembarking. He was carrying one of his nieces and luckily didn't see me. I'm a late 20s male, around 6'4" and around 180 pounds. Sometimes too nice to my friends. I tend to do favors for friends, even if they seem pretty ridiculous, as long as it's not terribly out of my way. Most of the time it's help. I'm drunk and need a ride home more one night. At 1:30 a.m. I get the call, a very drunk friend of mine. Claire is begging me to come pick her up and give her a ride home soon. The bar is closing soon and she's too drunk to drive home. The bar she's at isn't too far from my house, about a 10 to 15 minute drive, but the issue is that she lives like 35 to 45 minutes on the other side of town. Claire has been extremely nice to me in the past, and I did know her as solid. So at about 10 to 2 I grab my keys and my concealed carry and leave the house. I get to the bar around 2:05 and she's sitting outside on a bench by the doorman. I pull into the parking lot, which was pretty empty. Since the bar is closed and I assume that the cars remaining were the workers who hadn't yet left, I get up the car and start walking to Claire, who was kind of slumped over. I was hoping she wasn't passed out drunk, and when I got to her the doorman asked if I was her ride. I told him yes, showed my ID for proof, and what he said next was of some concern. He pulls me in and says, "Hey, I was supposed to leave, only close, but I have a strong feeling. Your friend was roofied. She's been on the porch drinking all night and some guy kept hovering around her. I assumed it was a boyfriend or whatever, but she never turned to talk to the guy. She was either drinking or chatting with the other girls around her. Anyways, she chugged her last drink, came up to me and told me you would be coming to pick her up, and she asked me if she could sit by me. She told me she felt very dizzy and sick. I told her sure, hoping she just drank too much, and she passed out right after she sat down. After that I couldn't see the guy anymore, but I didn't want to take any chances. So, visibly concerned, I thank the guy profusely, and he even helps me carry Claire to my car midway to carrying her. She's kind of coming to, like someone just waking up after surgery, but really groggy, not knowing where they're talking of nonsense kind of talking. I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but I'm sure if I wasn't on high alert about her possibly being drugged, it was some funny ass. So we get her buckled in. I thank the guy again, and he just says he hopes she gets home safe. So now, hoping my friend is only stupid drunk and not drugged, I start driving to her house. The whole time I'm trying to keep an eye on her and an eye on the road. She's now snoring asleep, which puts me in a bit of an ease. But about halfway to her house my fuel light comes on, cursing the fuel economy of a sports car. I pull into the next gas station. It's one of those small gas stations that doesn't have a 24-hour store. So I'm on extra high alert while I start to pump gas. The gas station is about a block from the freeway, and right at the corner of the intersection the street itself is pretty dark, with lonely lampposts shining very pitiful lights at large intervals. I get that really dead feeling like this place is just abandoned. To give an idea of positioning, because this is important. The gas station is at the corner of the intersection. The storefront would be facing south, and we were right in front of it where the pumps were. The east would be where there are the air pumps for tires and parking spaces, and the north would be a diesel fuel pump right behind the store, accessible from the street behind the gas station. I drive a Corvette, so the filler is on the rear end of the car and I'm leaning against the rear. Looking around to my left, I hear this weird metallic scraping. So I turn and see this guy, about 15 to 20 feet from me, come around the corner dragging a long metal pipe on the ground. I immediately sense I'm in a possibly dangerous situation. Now the guy looks almost possessed, but he's not looking at me, rather like he's trying to look into my car. I'm on the defensive, but hope I can get him to leave. So I call out, "Hey, everything all right?" Without looking at me, he answers, "Back. You took my girlfriend from me. I'm here to take her back." Now he turns to look at me and he's got blood in his eyes. Before he begins to take a step, though, I start yelling, hoping it'll get him to back off. I'm a little over 6 feet tall, not exactly skinny, but not exactly bulky either, but I have a really deep voice. "Hey, back the off, turn around and leave, and no one has to get hurt." He takes a step towards me, clearly unimpressed. So almost automatically I pull my handgun from my inside, the waistband holster, and draw a bead on him. "Back the off, you don't have to die." I start yelling louder, pretty sure my voice cracked, because, A, I'm scared, shitless. No amount of self-defense classes and time at the range prepares you emotionally for this kind of situation. And B, even though I carry, I'm really against violence and killing someone is not something I want to do. And C, did I mention? I'm terrified. Anyway, in a panic, the throws the pipe at me. It whizzes by, thankfully not towards my car but to my right, and I dive behind my car for cover. I have no idea if he has a gun himself or what, but I was going to put some kind of cover between me and him, and by the time I knew, up and aim over the rear of my car. He's booked it. I hear a car door slam and tires screech, and he launches off the curb on the east side of the lot and is tearing down the road, swaying all over the place in my own panicked hurry. I pull the pump out of the car, screw the cap and tear out of there myself. Claire, however, is still passed out in my car and now afraid, because I'm convinced she's been drugged and we were followed by that guy. Me being more concerned about her earlier and keeping on the road, I must not have noticed being followed the whole way back to her house. I'm wary of any car that's behind me. I'm also speeding like a jackass, and when I get to Claire's neighborhood I circle a separate block that's not hers, for times to make sure no one's followed me. When I was satisfied, thinking I wasn't being followed anymore, I pulled up to her house and tried to shake her awake. She's doing that groggy, waking up stuff from before, but now she's able to get up. I'm able to walk her. Thankfully, I was worried I was going to have to call an ambulance if she didn't wake up and they get her keys from her bag. I managed to walk her inside, and at this point she's kind of coming around asking me what's going on and where she is, etc. I tell her she's home and get her to lie down. She's completely lost, looking, and her eyes start welling up. She clings to me and starts sobbing. She's still very out of it, but I'm guessing she realizes something bad was going on or attempted on her. I was able to get her to lie down, get her to sleep. I'll write a note for her, which is pretty much saying, "Hey, I'll be in the next room. We're going to the hospital in the morning to get you checked out." Fast forward to the morning. She's sick as a dog, and after she expelled some demons from her stomach, I drove her to the hospital where she got tested and treated. I still shudder to think what might have happened had I not had my concealed carry weapon with me. I do know martial arts to an extent, but that's not something I want to take against a crazy person with a pipe. Claire still doesn't remember much from the night except calling me and wanting to sit next to the doorman. My advice for you guys, either be with friends you trust when you go out, or at least be village interfere by yourself. That night could have ended badly in 1,000 different ways. Thankfully, even luckily, everyone made it out safe. When I was 22, I moved 1,000 miles away from my Midwest home to the beautiful foothills of Tennessee. I had a new job, new car, and a nice apartment, but didn't know a soul outside of work. If my phone rang, I expected to hear a faraway family member or my long-distance boyfriend still in college. This was a landline, no cell phones. Yet despite being very alone, I was managing well with the excitement of all the new things in my life. I'd only lived there for about 2 weeks when the unwanted calls started. The first call, a man's friendly voice to ask what I was doing. I couldn't place him and thought maybe it was one of my cousins or uncles. I have a huge extended family. I asked his name. He laughs little and his tone gets dark, a bit angry. He says, "You know exactly who this is, darlin'." I pause, deciding if this guy simply called the wrong number or, as a creep, I choose the former, laughs and politely tell him he has the wrong number. He then recites my brand new, unlisted, unpublished phone number and my name. An intense chill races through me. I've only given my number to my parents, sister, boyfriend, apartment manager, and employer. I'm new to the city in this lovely southern state. He does not like it. When I tell him he called the wrong number and starts yelling at me, then tells me in a much calmer voice the many vulgar things he's going to do to me. I hang up and brush it off. He calls again around 1 a.m. I tell him to himself and hang up. He keeps calling, so I unplug the phone and return to sleep. However, as days go by, the calls continue and escalate. He starts in mentioning personal things about me, said he liked the white quilt to my bed, knew what was in my fridge and that he's allergic to cats. I had one and then asked me if I was in love with Murray. As I listened to his words, I was standing in my kitchen looking at the calendar taped to the fridge and had Murray written in pink on the 17th with a heart around it. Because Murray is my sister and the 17th is her birthday, I started shaking and crying because suddenly I realized this creep has been inside my apartment. I was alone, with no friends or family to run to for the night. It was me versus a creepy, mystery man. I didn't sleep much that night. Early the next morning I talked to the apartment complex manager before heading to work, telling her what had happened and that I want the locks changed. That day she gets a weird look on her face and after a long pause, says she knows who's been inside my apartment and that it won't happen again. What turns out, she had a creepy, rapey maintenance guy who noticed a young woman moving into an apartment alone and thought I was his new pet. She had the locks changed immediately and promised that she would personally keep the other key. Although the call stopped, I was paranoid for years. I came and went from my apartment because I never even knew what this guy looked like. I moved out the moment my lease was up. Only after thinking about it years later that I realized that her weird expression likely meant that it had happened before. Only after thinking about it years later did I realize that her weird expression likely meant that it had happened before, plus she didn't even fire him. I regret not calling the cops. I was young and naive. When I was 21, I transferred to a college in San Francisco. I checked out a room for rent on Craigslist. It was in a really nice 2-bedroom apartment. It was cheap rent and close to campus, so it was the ideal spot. The girl who lived there was 29 and her name was Beth. She was tall and white and she had jet black hair and wore pale makeup. She seemed nice, although a little quiet, but she seemed to like me and agreed to let me move in. So far, so good. My first night there we went out for pizza, and that's when I could tell that something was a little bit off with her. Through dinner she kept telling me how much I looked like Shia LaBeouf. I didn't know what to say, so I just shrugged it off with her thanks. I mean, I looked nothing like Shia LaBeouf, so it just didn't make any sense to me. When we got back home, she asked if I had seen her room, yet I said no, and so she took me to see it. Her walls were covered in posters of Shia LaBeouf. She even had printed photos of him all over her mirror. She owned all of his movies. I didn't know what to make of it. It was creepy. The whole night she had been saying, I look like him, and now it's obvious to me that she's obsessed with this guy. A few weeks passed and I never really saw her that much. We didn't spend any time together. Really. She would come home from work and practically run to her room. She would spend the whole night in there. She had this creepy, high-pitched giggle and I would hear her giggling through the walls all night and wondered what the hell she could possibly be doing. Occasionally she would come out and talk for like 2 minutes and she would always be slurring her words. So I suspected she had been drinking a lot. Sometimes she wouldn't say anything and she would just stand in the hallway and watch me. In the living room, I would turn and see her and be surprised and say hello, Beth, and then there would be this long, awkward pause and she would give out her creepy, high-pitched giggle. It was uncomfortable being around her. She gave me the chills. One night I woke up at around 2 a.m. because I heard what sounded like the front door being unlocked. I came out of my bedroom and all the lights were off, but I could still see Beth standing at the front door. She had her face against it and she was turning the lock back and forth over and over again, and every time she turned the bolt she mumbled my name, Max, Max, Max. Seeing her standing in the dark and mumbling my name really freaked me out, and it doesn't help me that she kind of looks like a bigger version of the girl from The Ring. I just quietly went back to my room and tried to sleep. One night I was watching Gladiator and she stumbled out of her room and turned on the living room light, forcing me to pause the movie, which was annoying. She then asked me if I wanted to hear about her ex-boyfriend. It was an uneasy segue into the topic, but I just said sure and then awkwardly sat back to listen to her 10 minutes into the story, and she was so riled up. She was screaming at the top of her lungs about their breakup. I was worried that the neighbors were going to call the cops. She wasn't listening to me when I was asking her to lower her volume. Amidst all of her screaming, one thing she said really freaked me out. She was in such a fit and yelled, "I'll slit his throat," and that was a big game changer. Suddenly I had no idea what this girl was capable of. She was practically a stranger, and everything I had seen was becoming alarmingly disturbing. After a few more minutes, she told me thanks for listening and started doing her giggle. I got out of there pretty fast and went to my room to go to sleep. I had a pretty unsettled feeling about being in the house with her, and what's worse is that there was no lock on my bedroom door. I pushed the edge of my dresser in front of it to act as a little barricade, just in case I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of my dresser scraping against the floor. Beth was pushing the door open. I turned on my light, shouting at her to stop. I could see her through the opening of the door. She was so drunk and had this insane look in her eyes. I pushed the door closed and yelled at her to go to bed. I could hear her walk back to her room, but I couldn't fall back asleep. The next morning, when I went out into the hallway, my heart dropped. I saw one of her steak knives was on the floor by my door. I got goosebumps all over my arms. All I could think about was her saying she would slit that guy's throat. I confronted her about it, and she said she didn't remember trying to push my door open. She said she didn't even remember telling me about her ex. I had enough. My lease was month to month, so I found a new spot and moved out. About a month after I moved out, she contacted me. I was at the movies and my phone was off. When I got out, I turned on my phone and, to my shock, I received 40+ text messages that had been sent to me over the past 2 hours. They were all just insane texts that ranged from everything between "Hi, how are you? I hate you." It was insane. I didn't respond and I never heard from her again. I always wondered, if I hadn't set my dresser in front of my door, would she have quietly come into my room and slit my throat? I live in the basement of a 2-story house. My brother and I rent. He is the upper floor and my girlfriend and I live on the lower floor. He's entertaining a lady friend this evening and I'm in my room trying not to hack up along. I have that flu going around, so I've been curled up under my comforter, sleeping on and off and watching Netflix. Around 8 o'clock it had to be, as my girlfriend just dropped off some soup and Powerade from the store to me and headed to work. She's a deputy for the next town, Dover's police department, so she just leaves and I'm back in bed, dog next to me, perusing my choices on Netflix. When I hear our gate open, not the dog hears it too. She's a cattle dog, so she's very protective over her turf than me. So she's growling. At first I think it's my brother and his friend going to soak in the hot tub. Then I get a text. It's my brother. He and his lady friend are headed to the store and asking if I want anything I freeze. So if he's not here, Hulu Buck is outside my yard. I grab my rifle. It's not loaded. So head loaded. While the dog's making a racket, my window's open. Ass, Mitch, and I approach it. The way my windows are that day. Well, they're windows. There's a ladder that leads to the yard on both windows and 2 grates that open. I shout out who they are. No answer, just giggling. So I say this and dial 911. In the midst of doing this, the grate swings open and a string-hair blonde chick starts coming down the ladder. She sees me rifle in hand and bangs on the window while I'm telling dispatch what's going on, and they tell me a unit's on the way. This chick's going on about zenith and vibrations and the aliens told her and her best friend I have drugs. I tell her and her friend to get the out. I hear the male yell cops and her skinny ass books it. So I run upstairs. My dog, hot on my heel, open the back door. My dog runs out after them. Both of them hop over my yard to my neighbor's. I hear the cops coming into my yard. I let them know I have a gun and set it on the grass. I point to my neighbor's wall and one cop lifts himself over what they've already escaped. Now let them know what happened in there. Pretty sure they know this particular duo by this time my brother's home. So I feel him and his girlfriend and cops tell us to keep the windows and doors locked and if they come back, to call them again. Now I'm back in my room keyed up to sleep, rifle in hand. Hopefully I don't see those truckies again. At the time I was a few months into undergrad in Austin, Texas and had just become comfortable enough with myself to come out of the closet. There were new dating apps available. So the fine dates. I used Craigslist. In big mistake I started chatting with a guy off Craigslist, Craig, and we hit it off and decided to set a time and place for a date to meet in person. His ad said he was 27 and I was 18 at the time. At first he was very insistent on meeting at his place, which I later found out was just a trailer and it kind of made me suspicious. But in his pictures he was very good looking, had a nice smile, etc., so I decided to let it go. Eventually we agreed to get coffee before going to his place. So the day arrived and I went to get coffee and I was pretty excited. I had showed my roommate pictures of Craig and talked about how I was looking forward to meeting him. I showed up at the coffee shop and he was already there. He actually did look like his pictures, so that was a good start. We got coffee and ended up chatting for several hours before he asked whether I wanted to go back to his place. Luckily, my roomman called to check up on me and it also happened that he was stranded because his car had broken down. So I told Craig that I would take my friend back home before heading over to his place. Well, by the time I picked up, my friend Craig was no longer answering his phone or anything. When he finally answered, he accused me of making up some excuse so I wouldn't have to go back to his place with him, and basically was very angry, annoyed. Despite her great conversation earlier that was a bit bummed, but basically didn't think of him again until years later when my old roommate sent me a link for a news article about Craig. Apparently he had been running a sex trafficking ring using underage boys that he would lure through his good looks and promises. I can only imagine what would have happened to me if I had gone back to his trailer with him. That day, back in December of 2012, I received a notice from the manager of the grocery outlet I worked at that we were getting a new member of our overnight crew, scheduled to be in the following night. The crew, who consisted of myself and several others, worked together for quite some time, and we all grew into good friends. So the next night it's myself and two others on schedule. When the new guy comes in, I already knew his name to be Cole, so I immediately went up to introduce myself and all that jazz, before showing him around and telling him exactly what to expect on any given night. Surprisingly, he seemed to be a quick learner. Not that this is complicated, but it can be a bit tricky at first, but he never asked. Any questions are made in the comments, almost acting as if he either knew what he was being told or that he wasn't interested. Being the supervisor, I was pretty much the authority, but I never used it. Everyone was used to a loud atmosphere, as we would play music and yell a lot. It helped keep us awake and somewhat energized. As I tried to break him in, Cole didn't seem interested, preferring to work alone and not take part in our antics. As time went on, his work began to falter. Soon, he began to slow down and disappear to the back of the store for a while to do whatever, then returned an hour or so later, but I always figured he was being productive and left him alone. What did surprise me, though, was when Cole would use a box cutter. He wouldn't cut off the tape, but instead he would stab the boxes and rip them open. I told him to be careful, but he merely gave me a shrug each time. One day, the manager called me and asked me to talk about how Cole's been doing. At night, I told him about how he became slower with work and seemed much less interested, seemingly doing the bare minimum to get by. He suggested that I should talk to him, and I agreed. 3 nights later, It's just Brad and myself on the schedule. After doing the usual stuff for a while, it was finally break time. We decided to walk over to the gas station convenience store nearby and buy some stuff for our lunch break. As we got back, I noticed that the entrance door was left open. That's not good. I thought must have forgotten to close it, but Brad said that he did. That's odd. We head inside and continued working into lunch break. We're sitting in the break room eating and chatting when we both simultaneously heard something that sounded like one of the freights moving, and happened again shortly thereafter, so I got it to check it out. While Brad stayed inside the break room, I got to the sales floor and noticed that one of the freights had moved a few feet away from where he left it originally. Also, some merchandise had fallen off and was lying on the ground. I began to put the stuff back on the freight when I heard Brad yell my name, completely used to yelling. I casually walked back towards the break room to meet up with Brad. He pointed towards the emergency exit and said that someone had just walked out, but the alarm didn't go off. I jogged up to it and peered outside and saw nothing. At first I thought this was a joke. I laughed it off and told him to stop with me, but he insisted. I went out of the emergency door and walked around the store, but didn't see anybody. I came back in through the front entrance and met up with Brad once again near the break room. What did scare me, though, was when Brad and I walked up to the emergency exit. Brad suddenly turned around and saw somebody walking. He nudged me and I just turned around to barely see the person. Walked towards the freezer and around the corner, which was all the way on the opposite end of the back store area. I ran to catch up with whoever it was, but didn't see anyone. When I turned the corner, the freezer was locked, so whoever it was couldn't have gotten inside unless they had a key, but only I have the key. Brad came out to me and asked me if I believed him now, and I said I did. Who could be in the store and how did they get in? I then thought of the left open entrance from earlier and the fact that the emergency exit door alarms were disabled, and must be someone who either works here and or is aware of our movements in the alarm system. We headed back to the sales floor to investigate some more. Nothing was knocked off of the shelves, nor was the freight moved this time. I walked in near the front entrance and peered out of a window towards the parking lot but saw nobody. But then, as I turned towards the front entrance, I saw somebody walking from the parking lot to the back side of the store. This time I recognized the person and was called what the he's not supposed to be working. I yelled out to Brad, who came up to me as I told him that Cole's outside and he's heading towards the back side of the store. He nods and runs off while I follow. We waited by the emergency exits for about 5 minutes, but Cole never entered. To yell, "Dr. Brad," to head to the sales floor while I stayed back there. I could hear him run off as I stayed by the emergency exit out of nowhere. I turned around and suddenly saw Cole standing about 20 feet from me with a box cutter in his hand. I've watched Dawn as he glared at me. How the did he end up behind me? I asked him what he was doing there and that this wasn't funny. He didn't seem to pick up on that, though. Finally, when he did move, it was to position the box cutter in an upwards cutting position, like he was going to stab my chest or something. But he eventually lowered it down and spoke to me. "Tell the manager." I quick cold and turned, put the box cutter in his pocket, then walked towards the opposite end, once again towards the freezer, and turned the corner, disappearing. I stood there in shock for about a minute when Brad came running back to me. He asked if I saw Cole, and I told him I did, heading off towards the freezer. Brad asked what we should do. I told him what happened, but insisted we just let it go for now. A Witten and Sylvia manager arrived a couple of hours later and told him that Cole had told me he quit but didn't go into any detail. I decided not to tell the manager about what had happened, nor any other coworkers for that matter. I didn't want to escalate this any further than it had already. It wasn't until Brad said something that the police became involved, and I then learned, after talking with the authorities, that Cole has a mental health record and I should have reported what happened and not kept it a secret. Regardless of my reasoning, when I was 19 years old I had hit a dating rut between college and work. I was unable to put much effort into meeting new people or forming new relationships. I'm a female, by the way. My best friend at the time had just recently married and with no dating life for herself anymore. She decided that helping me find the right guy would be the next best thing. I honestly wasn't even that interested in dating at the time. I just wanted to finish my basics and transfer to a large university. But she insisted I give it a chance, and she asked if it was alright to give this guy. She knows my phone number. I'm wary and refused at first. Until she starts begging. She pleads about how handsome this guy is and how he's 25 and has a stable life. She tells me about the well-paying job he has, about the house he built itself, about the ranch and his horses he owns. She glorifies him as a sensitive, caring, attractive, put-together guy. But I know no one is that perfect. So I asked, "All right, what's the catch?" She replies he only has one leg. Not that in and of itself is not a problem. Until she says he accidentally shot himself in the leg and it had to be amputated. I look at her like she's just said the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life. I explained that I don't think I want to date someone who mishandles a gun so badly. They shoot their own leg off. But after all her begging and pleading, my cave and me and Hen began chatting. I can't quite remember his name, so let's just call him Steve. The first couple of days of us texting was pretty okay. He was charming, funny, and it was easy to keep a conversation going between us. He had a slight arrogant tone and bragged a bit, but I excused it. I mean, if I had my own house and a high-paying job at 25, I think I would be a little smug too. He had made a few comments that sent up a warning flag, like how, when we discussed meeting in person, he talked about wanting to wait for a while before we meet, and that before we meet he would like to see me in public. But like me not seeing him in public, he wanted me to go to a public place where he could then observe me with me not realizing he's there now. That's some creepy. I told myself I was looking too deep into it and to give this guy a chance, but on the third day, more specifically at night, he suddenly decided things weren't moving fast enough. He began asking inappropriate questions like what my sexual experience was, what my deepest, darkest, hidden kinks were, had I ever masturbated, etc. I expressed my discomfort with this due to us only knowing each other for 3 days. He backed off and apologized and began a guilt trip on me that at the time I didn't really notice. He said manipulative things like, "I didn't mean anything by it. I just want you to trust me, and I don't want our relationship to be a normal relationship. I want us to be open with one another, and I just want to be the only person that you trust your fears with." Another day and night of this, and I very stupidly told him one of the deepest, darkest kinks that I have never and will never tell anyone about, and won't even name what it is in this story. He immediately sympathizes with me and assures me that he feels the same. While wanting me to go into further detail, I immediately feel regretted and trying to change the topic. He keeps trying to bring it up again, and I explain that I'm not comfortable and that I don't think I should have told him those things because it was too soon. I explain that I wanted to take it slow. He agrees and we change topics. We started talking about his home and his ranch, and I asked him to send pictures of his house because he built it himself. He immediately starts sending me photo after photo of his home and ranch and all of his horses for a while. It's no text, just pictures being sent one after the other. Picture of a house, of a yard horse, huge erect dick fence. I immediately interrupt him with what he asked if I liked it, to which I reply with a big fat no. I try to explain how inappropriate that is and try to understand why he thought it was okay to send that when it had nothing to do with what we were talking about. He gets irritated and says, "Damn, just chill, stop freaking out, it wasn't even my dick." "Excuse me, it wasn't your dick." "Then whose dick was it?" I proceeded to blow up and we get into a fight. I contact the friend who set us up and explained what has happened. She tells me that Steve has also contacted her and that he was calling me and saying that I was a psycho. Me, my friend, agreed to just ignore him and end the conversation. This completely infuriates him. He begins threatening not just me, but my friend too, saying he's going to kill us and our families and that we would be sorry. And all that we just ignored until he literally recites our home addresses to us. We pay attention after that. No, I never told him which city I lived in or anything like that. I asked my friend how exactly she knew him and she said that she kind of lied and didn't really know him that well. She used to work in an FYE at the local mall and apparently this psycho was a customer who stopped there and one day she just randomly asked if he was single and if he might be interested in me. I proceeded to lose my... She didn't even know the guy. The guy shouldn't even know our last names, and here he is now telling us the names of our parents and our siblings and our telephone numbers. We immediately take screenshots of everything he's saying and inform him that if he doesn't stop, then we're involving the police. He of course continues with his threats. My friend's mom is the secretary of a lawyer, so after reporting Steve to the authorities and blocking him, we took the situation to my friend's mom and she took care of it. I don't have the exact details, but we never heard from him again. Reading this might not seem too scary to you. Retelling it now makes it seem quite hilarious, but when a stranger is reciting your own address to you and threatening your well-being, it can be pretty damn terrifying. A few days later I came to the realization and I should have known the dick pic wasn't a pic of his own dick, because the guy in the picture has 2 legs, so one legged. Steve, who has pics of other dudes' dicks, that's not neat. I have a restraining order. We have an iMessage group chat going of about 7 friends and myself. One of our friends, Kay, is kind of the annoying little sister type and gets on all of our nerves, but we tolerate her. Kay sends us a screenshot of a conversation with her younger cousin, who is either a senior in high school or a freshman in college. He tells her that he is on Tumblr and that a photo of Kay showed up on his feed. He proceeded to reblog and show her. Kay is confused because the photo is a random selfie from her Instagram which she rarely uses and has set to private. In addition, neither she nor any of the people in the group chat even use Tumblr. She asked her cousin for a link to the site. Upon skimming the website, we find, to our horror, that the Tumblr is brimming with photographs of all 5 girls in the group chat, individual posts with personalized captions of photos taken from respective Instagrams, most of which are private. The further back we viewed the page, the creepier it got, because it seemed like the page was targeting one particular girl in our group. 90% of the photos the individual posted were just a few, mostly taken from her Instagram. There were love poems dedicated to her, sentimental captions accompanying some photos such as Q and her loving parents, and even some photos that were obtained from her Facebook account. Despite those settings being set to private, the owner of the Tumblr seems to be an adult male from a country different to where we live, who occasionally posted things that were more personal to him, such as a photo of an ice skating rink in his childhood neighborhood or a YouTube link to a homemade footage from like 8 years ago that he helped produce. The owner of the account doesn't seem to be the same person as the owner of the Tumblr. Through my own investigation, the person does seem to be real, though the primary purpose of that site looked like a shrine of sorts dedicated to Q. There were in fact other posts, such as lyrics to random old songs by obscure artists which hinted at the owner's age. There were photos pulled from my own Instagram, such as a zoomed-in and cropped pic of my face taken from a group shot. The most horrifying part was one of the older photos he had posted. This photo was not just one of Q's pulled from her social media. It was a photograph of 2 real framed photos in the person's home of Q. The caption for that photo indicated that the stalker had been dedicated to her since 2012 to 2012. We just came across this Tumblr here in 2017. Needless to say, we were all thoroughly stunned and frightened and we have no idea what to do. Q proceeded to send an angry message to the owner via some link on their page and just like that, the page was deleted. We have no more leads. Although I've been doing my own research on trying to find out the identity of the person, I'm not even sure what we can do from here, seeing how we no longer have evidence except for screenshots of the site that we took. as well as a way back archived link of the site. Any advice would be appreciated. This literally just happened to me, and now I'm sitting in my apartment, all the blinds drawn and the doors locked. I live in a city and I work third shift. So needless to say, I've seen some weird at night. Due to my schedule, even when I'm off, I'm up the whole night. That being said, I was in the military and I've worked in security forever. So even though I'm pretty skinny 5'7" and a female, I rarely get nervous being out and about at night anywho. I live alone with no one to keep me company, but my cat and my fur child, a 6-month-old lab boxer. Around 4 a.m. Pop went to the door and indicated he needed to go out now and signaling that he needs to go. Pee is kind of a new thing, so I jumped at the chance to take him outside. So I bundled myself up, hooked the puppy up to the leash, and out we go to get to the stretch of land where the dogs are allowed to use the restroom. You have to walk past one other apartment complex. Enough a hill. It's late, so it's dark, but the apartment parking lot which runs alongside it is well lit. So I've never felt nervous or that it was too dark. Pup starts to sniff around and I light up a cigarette wash with what was probably a disproportionate sense of victory. As my dog pees outside, suddenly Pup stops midstream. His entire body went still in a way I've only ever seen concerning squirrels. His ears perk up, his tail is straight up, and then slowly his ears started to pin back. His tail quivered and a low angry sounding growling ever heard my Pup make starts. At the same moment I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Some long-buried instinct flared up and I became instantly wary. I turned and put my back to the brick of the nearest apartment building and scanned the parking lot. Nothing. Nobody out walking their dogs, no one out throwing trash away. You're walking to the car, no one on their balcony pumps. Growling started to get louder and louder, and he actually started to lower his head. At this point I'd gone completely still, and my reaction to his discomfort was so severe that I'd fallen back on old habits and curled the palm of my hand to eye the cherry of my cigarette, so it wasn't giving off as much light. This is pointless, by the way, as I was out in a seafoam green North Face and brown Uggs that stand out like a beacon in the darkness, never mind the fact that I was standing underneath a light. At this point, I had pretty much decided to note the out and head back to my apartment. Because I trust my dog's judgment of the situation. I started shuffling towards the walkway. That would lead me back down to my entryway, hesitant to even turn my back to the area, despite the fact I couldn't see anymore. To my surprise, Pop started following me without any complaints. Normally he would fight tooth and nail to avoid going back inside. I didn't want to turn my back to the lot, but I also didn't want to just stumble backwards down the hill. Finally I decided it and just swung around and walked briskly back to my apartment. As I was going up the outside stairs, my dog paused at the top landing just before I reached it. Staring behind me, I punched the code to get into my building before turning around, holding the door open, and standing at the top of the hill is a guy. No, I've never seen this guy before, but what the hell? I don't know everyone in the complex, but he was just standing there watching me from the path I just walked, and I had no idea where the hell he came from. Pup was still growling, so I moved back, pulling him inside. I made sure the door was shut and locked, then ran up 3 flights of stairs to my floor. I paused at the top, where there was a big window, and the guy had moved further down the hill and was just standing there watching me. I backed up and passed the fire door, but I still didn't feel safe. Even with the closed and me finally removed from the guy's sight, I ran back to my apartment and locked the door. I called my apartment's 24/7 helpline, but despite the fact that it's called a 24/7 helpline, no one was there. So I'm eating cookies with a huge Assam Bowie knife. Watching Rocco's Modern Life. I always watch cartoons when freaked out, and my poor pup probably still needs to pee. I have no idea if I'm ever going to take him out late at night again. I work at an outdoor mall in a great neighborhood. You'd assume that it's safe as hell to be here, but then again you just can't be sure anymore. There are creepy people everywhere and I just can't help shake the feeling that this isn't my last encounter with this man. I'm 19 years old and I work at a kiosk that sells all kinds of wonky jewelry. It's usually teens, young adults, and occasionally some older adults that shop with us. Every once in a while this man comes up to the kiosk, easily recognizable, sing leather jacket, crinkled corners of his eyes, one front tooth shorter than the other, same slouched way of walking. He's usually harmless. Oh my good God. The last few times he's come by have made me so uncomfortable. I greet every customer with, "Hey, can I help you find anything?" And most of them saying they're just looking. He always smiles at me and says, "Just looking, darling." At first it was fine. I didn't care whatsoever. He seemed like a harmless 50 or so years old man. They always spent a very long time looking at the display and never bought anything. Most of the time I'm working the night shift at the kiosk while I'm surrounded by other shoppers and other kiosk workers, kind of all by itself and between two empty ones in the back. The mall. Sales have been going downhill the last few years and I'm usually left alone, the friendly security woman that stops and chats with me on her rounds. She comes by every 30 minutes or so and she's one of the few friends I have at work. The only stores in my view are Reebok and a Macy's. A few nights ago I was sitting in my kiosk bored out of my mind and the security lady had already continued on her way. I had scrolled through Reddit already and was getting ready to open up Netflix and continue watching Terrace House. When I hear footsteps coming up, I look up to see the creepy man staring at me, but not actually at the kiosk. I wave at him and it gives a little smile, but one that sends chills down my spine. A customer walks up and I immediately jump at the chance to help them, trying to shake the creepy feeling I had. After I checked out the customer and written down the receipt, I glanced up to see the man still staring at me before I could say anything. He started walking over, taking my eye contact as permission to come join me. "Evening, darlin'," he said, doing an almost bow. "Good evening," I told him. He proceeded to do as usual, checking the display. Not buying anything movements. Instead of walking around the cart, he stayed by the register where I was walked behind my chair to check besides, but never went where he couldn't see me. And then he started asking questions like we were longtime friends or something. "So, darling, do you have a boyfriend?" I kind of guffawed at that because I'd been single for over a year now. I don't know, I didn't have a boyfriend, but there was a checkout girl I found pretty damn cute at my local grocery store. "Ah, see," he said, "do you have any plans after work?" He asked me. I was getting uneasy at this point, but I told him, yes, I was going to a party. "Are you gonna hook up with any boys?" he asked. My jaw dropped. Whether or not I was hooking up with any boys was in no way any of his business, but I just told him no. He smiled a little and said, "Good, you're too pretty for them, little boys." Anyways, he faced me again and came up to hug me. Until this point I hadn't realized my heart rate increasing, and it only became apparent after I found it harder to breathe before he could actually do so. Linda, the security woman, walked up and glared at him. "Sir, if you're not going to be buying anything from this young woman, I would suggest you go loiter somewhere else." He stiffened at the sound of Linda's voice. "She's a very intimidating woman and he left you." "All right, honey," she asked me. I shrugged. "He's always here," I told her. She shook her head. "Let me in, Russ. Walk you to your car after work today." "Okay," I nodded, relieved that she offered without me even having to ask. The rest of my shift was fine. I get through it and managed to make my bosses a bit of money. That's an o'clock on the dot. Linda and her boyfriend, Russ, are at my kiosk. They wait for me to pack up my purse and then walk me to my little Prius. They wait for me to drive away as well. On my way to the party, I stopped by a gas station to fill up the tank. As I'm waiting for it to fill, I glance over and see the man from the mall, the mini mart. He's buying a pack of cigarettes and he looks out the window and sees me. When he does, he smiles and waves. He holds up one finger asking me to wait a minute. I don't. I yank out the fuel hose and jump in my car, booking it out of there. I take several detours before arriving 30 minutes late to the party. I had to make sure I would lose him before showing up there. It's been a few nights since that happened, and the only reason I'm submitting this now is because I'm actually working the morning shift and I just saw him walk out of the Macy's across from me. Linda has someone biking around this after the mall, so he won't come near me today. Back in 1989 to 1990, I worked for a large drugstore chain that was about 19 years old and female. As I was a college student, I worked the closing shift, which ended usually at 9 p.m. After facing the shelves and counting out the cash drawers, I get out between 9:30 to 10 p.m. My home in college was about a 25-minute drive, so I would drive this rather desolate highway home. It's busier on the road during the day, but nearly no one on it. At that hour I was driving and saw police lights in my rearview mirror. Thinking back on it, I noticed something was wrong with the lights, but it wasn't enough to really register. I pulled over, but that little voice that keeps you safe was telling me to proceed with caution. I rolled down my window about 3 inches and waited. The cop approached me and I was still racking my brain with what I could have done wrong, probably speeding. The cop walks up to my car but kind of angles himself, so I had to really turn around in my seat to see him. He was mid-30s, clean-cut and wearing a uniform. He asked me to roll down my window further and I did another inch. Something about him just was wrong, so wrong I couldn't put my finger on it. When he tried to open my door, I knew it was wrong. I kept asking him why he pulled me over and he said I needed to step out of the car. I told him I would, but he needed to call back up. He said I needed to listen to him. I told him again that I would, but I wanted someone else there and that I was uncomfortable. They started pulling my door handle harder. I don't know what that was going to accomplish, and they started beating on my window. I was scared for my life, especially because I didn't know if this was a real cop or an imposter. He started screaming for me to get out of the car. Now he tried reaching through the window to grab me, any part of me, as he kept hitting my window. I'm screaming and crying, and it always been such a rule follower that I didn't know what to do. Finally, I gathered all my courage and gunned my car. Back then I drove an older Mustang, so that thing took off like crazy. I'm pretty sure I ran over his foot in the process. No regrets. Once I got back to my dorm, I told my boyfriend what happened and was afraid to call the police because I was sure they were going to arrest me. He called them. They came out to the dorm and took a report. From what I remember, I wasn't the first young woman that this had happened to, and yes, it was a fake cop. I'm so grateful I listened to that little voice that told me not to roll my window down and told him to take off. It was only years later that I realized this guy almost certainly had to follow me from when I got off of work. How else would he know that the car had a young female occupant, from what I understand, and they never caught him? Magus Hope. He walks with a limp and rethinks targeting young women on empty highways. This happened to me when I was around 5 to 8 years old. It started when my mom's mother died. My grandma had a husband, my mom's stepfather, who she married later in life. My mom didn't know him well but thought he was an okay guy. But over time my grandparents' relationship soured. My grandma complained that they fought all the time. There wasn't any signs that the relationship was actually abusive, although in retrospect maybe it was anyway. My grandma died suddenly and my mom and I went to stay with my step-grandfather for a while so we could sort through my grandma's stuff. She had hoarding tendencies and helped him with all that you have to take care of after death, but my mom started to notice some things didn't add up. My grandma had been healthy and active and she just suddenly stopped breathing in her sleep. Okay, it happens, I guess. But why was my step-grandfather so cheerful and why did he have an expensive vacation plan next month booked before her death, with no ticket for my grandma, when they always vacationed together before and in a house full of disorganized clutter. Isn't it convenient that he had already had all the relevant insurance, legal documents and information already gathered neatly in a folder which my mother was prevented from looking at? Just lots of little things that made my mom wonder. It seemed like he had prepared for a death no one else saw coming, so she started asking questions, and that's when we started getting stomach aches. They happened regularly after meals and got worse towards the end of each day. Previously, my mom and step-grandfather had alternated cooking, but he started insisting that he take care of all the cooking, to the point where he was aggressive about it being so young. My memory of all this is quite foggy, a mixture of my true memories and what my mom has told me. But I do have some clear memories, and one is this: my mom sent me down at the table, then walked over to the counter where he was finishing the meal, unaware of her approaching. When she reached out to grab a finished dish and set it on the table, he noticed at the last minute and screamed at her, "Hey, leave that alone." I got it and snatched it away from her. She watched him carefully after that and noticed that he always seemed to fiddle with two of the dishes right before serving them, always to me and my mother. She was getting scared. Now, so early one morning, she snuck a look at that folder of insurance and legal documents I mentioned earlier. The details are too personal to go into, but suffice it to. What she saw there convinced her she believes in I do to my step-grandfather, tired of being married to someone he hated and not wanting to lose his assets in a divorce, smothered my grandmother to death in her sleep. When we came around and started asking questions, he poisoned us either to kill us, to cover up the murder, or to make us sick enough that we want to go home to recover. I think the latter is more likely, but I was a small kid and I was getting very sick, and it would have been easy to overdose me, even if he didn't intend to. My mom woke me and we immediately fled. The stomachache stopped. A few weeks later, we broke the lease on our apartment and moved somewhere. He would never find us, just in case he never spoke to him again. I asked my mom years later why she didn't go to the police, and she said she didn't know. She was still reeling from the death of her mother and was panicked and did what felt right at the time. My mother was 13 and this would have been mid to late 1960s. She's the second oldest of 7 children. Her drunk, wife-beating dad had just left them all and promptly remarried and started a new family within months. Thus my grandmother and my older aunt, 15 years old, were both working to make ends meet for such a huge family. My mom was left. The baby, said all the younger kids on her own. Almost every night of the week they're in the main bedroom playing games and talking. One bed is pushed against the wall, almost the same level as a large window. This was a very rural area, and the only thing outside that side of the house was a patch of woods with a cow field on the other side. So they often left the blinds open. Mom is sitting on the bed with her siblings and really paying attention to the darkness outside. At one point my Uncle Robbie, about 5 at the time, goes to the bathroom, and when he was walking back into the room, that's when he starts screaming at the top of his lungs, pointing over my mother's shoulder at the window. No words, just a long scream. Before taking a breath and screaming again, Mom looks over and less in the width of a bed from her. A guy is against the glass and grinning like only a true nut job, Kenshi said. It looked like it would hurt to smile that hard. He had one hand against the window and the other in his pants with a jerking motion. Yeah, really, classy Mom wasn't having any of it. She told her next oldest sister to get the baby out of the crib and to get against the door as she slid off the bed, never breaking eye contact with him. As she bent over to the floor and pulled the shotgun out from under the bed, the guy didn't seem to understand what he was seeing at first and still stood there. So she fired a slug right into the wall under the window. The guy lit out of there, tripping over himself. She called Granny at work and Granny came home. After that event, she'd have an elderly couple from down the street stay with them until they finally moved. Years later, the next day they could see it actually puckered the wall outward on the outside of the house. She was close to actually shooting him right through the crappy old house's walls. Now my mother ended up becoming a military officer, for obvious reasons. Now the only good thing my grandfather did was make sure his kids over the age of 8 knew how to work a gun against bad men without being afraid of it, and it may just saved all of their lives. When I was younger, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. At 14 it was very difficult for me to socialize with people in person, so I turned to the internet. There I stumbled into the world of the type-based roleplay. It became my passion and even set me on the path towards becoming the artist I am today. My original interest was Dragon Age and I joined an RP group on DeviantArt. I loved that group and spent all my time in the IRC chat, which naturally led to a decline in my grades. But I met Maiko. After I gained a bit of an interest in Slenderman. I had stumbled across the blog space RP world of Slender blogging and followed as many as I could, dedicated a Gmail to it and dived in creating my own Slender blog. I played a character that was basically myself. Even sharing my own name, I would even frequently post little videos of myself running through the woods or even just talking to the camera. Michael was another player and his character was the enemy team. You see, I played what was known as a runner or someone who was fleeing the eldritch horror, and he was a proxy, which is a servant of Slenderman. The kicker was that he was more than just a grunt and was basically one of Slenderman's elite soldiers. Regardless, we ended up chatting over email, but he never broke character, so I didn't either. We continued to play with each other for over a year and a half before I ended up breaking character to another player who was friends with Michael as well. He of course immediately told Michael, "Oh my god, she's not insane," as we all kind of thought everyone else actually thought this stuff was real. So Michael messaged me excitedly, announcing that I wasn't insane. We quickly became pretty close personal friends and referred to that moment as the best moment in RP history. For most of the time we knew each other. We talked on an almost daily basis and he always seemed to go out of his way to match my schedule. Even though he lived 2 hours behind me and I was a 15-year-old high school student by this point. So I was getting up at 5:30 every morning to go to school. It was pretty honest with his age and, being mature for my age, it didn't bother me that he was 19, almost 20, and I was 15. It was pretty close to the end of the year when we started talking out character. So summer break came quickly. That just opened the door to us talking all the time. I remember. One night he convinced me to stay up and video chat with him for the first time. I had never actually seen his face before that and I was ecstatic. I hid in my closet and we talked all night. My dad busted in at 4 o'clock in the morning and confiscated my computer, which I was not allowed to have in my room at night after that point. But I just ended up giving Michael my phone number and we grew closer later, while I was spending some time at a friend's house. I told him that I didn't think he was capable of surprising me and he responded by asking me out being a 15-year-old girl. I was ecstatic but reluctant. My friend did well to ground me and think it through, and he'd been nothing if not a gentleman to me. So after a 45-minute walk with my friend, I called him and ecstatically told him, yes, he had, during that time sent me so many texts expressing his concern that he'd upset me. I ended up apologizing profusely for making him wait. The first few months were amazing. We were so close and talked every night on the phone, even sleeping while still on a call. I fortunately had unlimited text and call, but it had gotten weird once the school year started back up over the summer. I had been able to dedicate pretty much all of my time to him, and with school it would limit the time we could talk to each other quite a bit. It didn't occur to me that all that talking to someone for near on 18 hours a day was an unhealthy dependency issue. So we had our first argument about texting. He wanted me to text him whenever I was able to be in call with him, but I wasn't allowed to text in class. He came to a compromise when I told him that I would text him between classes and call him at lunch. I didn't really have any friends at that school, as it was a bit of a recluse and the ones I did have didn't share my lunch period, so it didn't affect my social life that much. It went well for a while until I ran into an old friend from my middle school, who happened to be a guy. I'd always gotten along better with the guys and girls, but Michelle freaked out. I had been on the phone when it happened and had brushed Michael off to talk to him. After my friend and I parted ways, I was harshly told off and told that I couldn't talk to other guys. I was completely shocked and tried to explain that the guy had been a friend of mine. Michael then had a complete breakdown and told me that his ex had cheated on him and that he couldn't trust any other guy to behave around me. He was terrified that I'd be stolen. He even cried. I was upset, but I agreed to mollify him and began to avoid my male friends whenever I was on the phone, which was a lot quickly. School got pretty heavy and it would take me longer and longer to call him after school. He began accusing me of not loving him enough to talk to him and claimed he had never had enough time with me. He gave me the option of texting him in class or calling him as soon as I got home from school. I went with the latter, which completely cut off any time that I spent with my family, save for a brief dinner, after which I immediately returned to my room. Things only escalated from there. I would get held after class for falling asleep because it kept me up all night, and he would explode at me for not contacting him the moment the bell was scheduled to ring. He had a written copy of my exact schedule to the minute, and any deviation would freak him out. I began pushing away all my friends, as he didn't approve of any of them. He even claimed that a particular friend was the human personification of a demon that was trying to kill him. His mental state was revealed to be extremely fragile, and he told me that he had a second personality, whom was quite literally his Slender Man character named Strider. Mike spoke frequently of this constant battle to keep Strider under the surface because while he wasn't a bad person, he was irrevocably a major douchebag. He blamed his outbursts on this character and even texted me and Alex's Strider as if his body had been taken over for the sole purpose of belittling a 15-year-old girl over the phone. I was sympathetic, as my bipolar was at its worst, and my therapist was whispering the word schizoaffective to my mother when she thought I couldn't hear for the next year and a half. He played me like a puppet, distancing me from my family and friends, convincing me. The teachers only wanted to turn me into a mindless tool for the government and persuading and coercing me into performing sexually for him. It felt disgusting, but he promised me that he'd marry me and we'd have beautiful children. He was frequently abusive, but we would quickly get better and suddenly everything would be perfect again, until it deteriorated into another explosive argument. Eventually he convinced me to call CPS on my family and reported them for abuse. Now I won't claim that my family was perfect. My dad is an alcoholic and he could get pretty violent, and he and I had vicious arguments. My mother mostly just supported whatever my dad did, and I was always incredibly resentful that she wouldn't defend me, even when my dad slapped me, kicked me out of the house barefoot, and was generally overly aggressive with me. But they did care, and my home was clean, warm, well stocked with food. My sisters and I never really wanted for much physically, and we often got things we wanted to. The system would have destroyed my sisters, who were pretty young. At the time when my parents found out that I placed the call, I panicked and ran away from home, crashing at my friend's house. Michael wanted me to stay put until he could get a friend of his from Austin to come get me, but when I turned on my phone in the morning to see the text from my family and knew that I had terrified my sisters and the police had been called ahead, ranged from my dad to bring me home. I wouldn't let him pick me up from my friend's house because I knew he would threaten to sue her parents for assisting her runaway. I served 6 months of juvenile probation and had to endure several meetings with a state-appointed therapist for falsely accusing my family of abuse, and my parents were subject to a second inquiry from CPS due to me running away, and by the end we were breaking up every other week and getting back together when he would send me pictures of terrible gouges in his arms. I actively hated him by then, but still loved him and didn't want him to die. I escaped when he discovered that I've been talking to a male friend who he particularly hated and dumped me on Valentine's Day. It took him 2 months to realize I wasn't coming back, but he would still try to text me, and I blocked so many numbers and email accounts because he would change them just to message me. It was completely terrifying, and I was constantly terrified because he knew my address, but eventually he disappeared and I slowly started trying to put my life back together. After a year or so ago, he texted me and I indulged him. He claimed that he'd been married. I really doubted it, despite the single picture that he sent. I asked what date his wedding had been on, but he couldn't tell me and first tried to claim that it had been in December, 2 months before he dumped me. When I called him on it, he backpedaled and got defensive. I blocked him after that, satisfied that he was still a miserable mess and that he hadn't snared another poor minor. So I just turned 16 a couple weeks ago. And where I'm from, that means you can get your driver's license. I couldn't get mine right away, so I waited about a month. When the time came, my dad and I drove over to our local friendly DMV. When we first got in through the door, I saw one of the employees over the counter that was signing some papers or whatever an employee does at these places. He had long, frizzy hair with a beard that looks like he hadn't shaved in months. For some reason, red flags go off immediately in my head and I didn't want him riding in the car with me. When I took this test, fast forward a bit, and lucky enough I had him with me taking my test. We both got into the car and started driving. While we were driving, he starts asking me all these weird questions, like if I had a girlfriend and where I'm from. I laughed nervously and told him that I had one, even though I don't. So we start heading in the direction of a secluded part of the town and we came upon an alleyway. He instructed me to pull into it and I did, with massive red flags going off in my head. He tells me to put the car in park and put on the parking brake. I do so. He tells me that I look beautiful for a 16-year-old boy. I said thanks in a very shaken voice. Then he says, "Why don't we take our clothes off and explore each other a little bit?" By this point I'm too scared to move. I tell him, "Why don't we do it outside?" To my surprise, he agrees and we both step out of the car before he can say a single word. I rush back to the car, jump in and knocked out of there before he could react, and I got back to the DMV and told my dad what happened. We then got home, called the cops and the DMV to report the man. I never found out if they ever caught him, but creepy driving instructor, let's not meet again. This is a story about a friend and a roommate who I used to have, who I blocked out of my life. I've known him for about 3 years. I have to start from the top to really explain what a sick and mentally ill man he is. I was a bit of a stoner a few years ago. My girlfriend had recently broken up with me and all I wanted to do was self-medicate to forget her. Me and my cousin were out looking for weed one night. That's how we meet Joey. Joey was 4 years older than the both of us and he just like a typical kid who wanted to be ghetto. We're gangster looking. He stood 6'5" and weighed 240 pounds. He was a massive hulk of a man. His personality at the time seemed like that of a big friendly dog, a bit dumb but funny and kind nevertheless. So we both let it slide. He was a hardcore stoner and collected numerous exotic pets like snakes and such, although something was off about how he dressed. He'd match his do-rag to his sneakers and t-shirts and pants, which was a bit funny, and there's not many gangs in my area, but I would imagine in his all red or all yellow outfits with bandanas on, he'd attract unwanted attention elsewhere. If Joey was anything, he was a storyteller. He had a story about just about everything usually, and it was a subtle or not so subtle brag story. He was definitely loud and a motor mouth. I usually just ignored him when he annoyed me or went home. My cousin had moved back home to work and I stayed behind. So me and Joey quickly became pretty good friends, as I had no one else besides Joey and his roommates. Fast forward a few months and Joey appears to be the ladies' man sort of guy an influx of women always pass through. Oddly enough, they were all usually single mothers or way older than him. I just left it be, but now, after knowing him in retrospect, I'd say it's part of his mental illness and how he portrays himself to desperate women. Joey moved away for a few months but then moves home and he gets a new girlfriend, Tara, and the same week he moved back. Tara is a pretty normal college student and definitely not, as usual, overweight single mom type. One thing I learned was Joey portrayed himself as a sort of feminist and knight in shining armor to women, writing them poetry and such. What happened over the next 2 years revealed a dark side of Joey I never thought he had, and one of them glad to be free from. It was absolutely terrifying, and while I chastise myself now for sticking around, I've had many abusive relationships as the victim and I just grew so used to it. Unfortunately, I do blame myself a lot for what transpired. Anyways, to continue with the story, I decided to move in with them and another couple. I felt like, why not move in with my best friend? He's a bit annoying sometimes, but everyone has their faults. I'm sure I'm annoying to people at times, as if some switch flipped on in Joey's very core. He began to become very angry and explosive about the slightest thing going wrong, always threatening to violently attack other people and bad-mouthing me to his girlfriend and the other roommates. One night I accidentally knocked his weed off of his dresser on the floor, and to my surprise he slaps me for it. I'm shocked and I move out. A few weeks later I decide I'm never going back to live with that guy again. I moved out and slowly Joey tries to get on my good side again and keeps saying he was abused by his ex-girlfriend when he moved away and that the other roommates stole from him and his girlfriend Tara. So he was just in a volatile mood after everything went wrong. Being a naive, forgiving type, I accept his apology, and for the few months we hang out he's generally okay in small doses. However, a few months later I had moved out of my apartment and I was flat broke. So Joey offers again to give me a place to stay until I get back on my feet. I accept, having nowhere else to go, and they move all my things. For me it's only a few weeks later and Joey is worse than he had ever been. He beats his girlfriend's dog brutally. The police are called, but since the dog is the typical dumb loving lug type, he runs to Joey all happy and playful. The police don't believe it, so they leave. Joey begins to hoard cats, like almost a dozen cats. He used to hoard reptiles in the same way, but he neglects them and lets them die. He's fairly neglectful and abusive of his cats as well. He never gives them clean water, just leaves the toilet up and hardly ever changes their litter box. The smell becomes unbearable. Joey starts to break and throw things around the house. I usually lock myself in the room and let it unfold, scared to death, with 9:1 already dialed on my cell phone, just in case one day he pushes his girlfriend down in the floor, they make up. So I feel like if I call the police they'll not believe me. He starts verbally abusing her about college, about sleeping with guys before they met, and one of them was a black guy, and Joey becomes openly racist and calls black people. He sees on the streets monkeys and acts rude to them. I'm surprised he never got beaten up for it, and they break up a few weeks later, and I plan on getting the hell out of there as well, but secretly, as I don't want to deal with he explodes one night, and I finally have the balls to say, if you lay one finger on me or your girlfriend, I'm calling the police. Leave us the hell alone, and goes back to trying to be a sentimental, romantic type guy to win her back. But she doesn't want any of it. He eventually explodes and calls her a dirty. They dates a few different girls, but they find out he should just using them for money or marijuana. He puts a lot of weird and desperate statuses on Facebook and writes his poems again. His poems are all pretty much "I loved you. Then he left and I wanted to die" type poem I find a new place in the weeks before I move. That's when I learned something more disturbing about Joey than him just being an abusive one night. Joey isn't anywhere to be found good. I think I get a phone call a few days later at 6 o'clock in the morning. Apparently Joey had exposed himself to a 15-year-old girl, even though he was nearing 30. He sent her pictures of his erect penis. Her parents had called the police on him. I pretend to care, then hang up and report it to the police as well. A day later or so he comes back home and starts moving out. He tells me this isn't the first time this had happened, and he likes to take out the young girls to get ice cream and such. Sometimes he would point out little girls and say they were attractive. And I thought all this time he just had a sick sense of humor. I block him on social media and his phone number and tell him I'm moving to a fake street address. so he doesn't bother me. It's been a month or so and haven't heard from him. I'm hoping the police charged him with luring. I grew up in a tri-county in a southern state. That just means you can't purchase alcohol in the county, but you can consume it in the county if you bought it outside of the county and you're of legal age. Makes sense? No, of course not. Why would it anyway? That doesn't really matter specifically to this story, but it adds something to the setting. I guess the plot of the story is much more twisted in that silly county law. See, when I was about 10 there was a girl in my class named Janice. I think we were in 4th grade. She was so pretty and always nice to me. Her and her family eventually moved in across the street from my house, and she had to walk home from school every day, like I did, and our houses were about 2 miles from school. So since I walked that way as well, I would walk with her. She was such a nice, smiley person. She laughed at all my silly ADHD cuss jokes and comments. It really made me smile, knowing that I could make her laugh. Pretty soon, though, the school put a bus route near our house, so we just got the bus. All the time I missed our walks, but eventually she invited me over to meet her mom and her 2 brothers, Jason, who was 12, and Johnny, who was 14. At the start they seemed very nice. I could tell they were rough and kind of poor, but so was I, so that didn't really matter to me. But pretty soon I got to know the real Jason and the real Johnny. I started seeing them a lot more than I saw Janice, and since they were always nice to my mom, she thought they were lovely and didn't mind me hanging out with them all the time. But first I started noticing that something was up with Jason. He would get extremely angry at me when I would win on the Sega or football or Nintendo or any kind of sports we did, and he would start screaming. He'd get really aggressive and just bully me. Jason was 2 years older than me, but I was bigger. But at 10 years of age, 12-year-old looks huge. I was so scared of him. Jason and Johnny's father wasn't around the house. It was just the mother who stayed inside most of the time, and it seemed like Jason's attitude was just worse and worse now. Johnny, the 14-year-old, was very sexual. He loved to talk about pubic hair, sex, etc., and for a while I just thought this was his character, and he was all talk until he started dropping comments about sneaking into the sister's room at night to try and have sex with her. I didn't know how to respond to this. I didn't even realize what it meant, but I knew damn well that it wasn't good. I was just honestly too scared to say anything. One time, 14-year-old, Johnny was secretly dating a 2nd grade girl from next door. I remember him trying to talk Janice into getting the little girl to try and have sex with him. He said, "Just tell her how good it feels when I do it to you." Janice looked terrified and kept saying, "No, I don't want to, I don't want to." At that point, alarm bells were ringing in my fragile mind, and I told him that what he was doing was wrong. He wasn't too happy about that, and at the time I didn't realize it, but Jason knew exactly what Johnny was doing. As a matter of fact, Jason was in on it, and so was their 16-year-old Uncle Bobby. All 3 of them were abusing Janice, but their Uncle Bobby was also abusing Jason and Johnny. As far as I know, their mother was completely unaware of what was going on. I stopped hanging out with him after that and told my best friend at school what was going on. He let it slip to a 14-year-old girl on the bus. She just so happened to be Johnny's ex-girlfriend. This caused a shitstorm. The brothers constantly tried to fight me and harass me all the time. Finally, after a few weeks of sheer terror, Janice and her family just packed up and moved, and oddly enough, the rumors about Jason and Johnny didn't spread very far. On the day they moved, Jason came over to my house one more time to try and fight me. This time he was alone. Normally, he would have had Bobby or Jeremy or some other cousin with him to help have his back. Well, it was my first fight, and it ended up with him crying for his mama repeatedly. I haven't seen the brothers since, and Janice moved to a different school over 20 years later. I finally made contact with Janice via MySpace from this very keyboard. Her life had crumbled and her mental stability was absent. She was very happy to hear from me, though. While we talked, she informed me that she hadn't spoke to her brothers in years, and I said I wasn't surprised after what they did to her and that I wasn't speaking to them either. That's when she asked why. What did they do? I said, you don't remember the house on Cottage Drive? She said yeah, she remembered, but she couldn't remember what they did wrong. Back then she begged me to tell her what happened, said most of the memories from her childhood had gone blank and disappeared. Maybe it was the wrong thing to do, but I declined to inform her of her past and I never did. I honestly didn't know what to say. If there's any advice out there for this topic, please help. I recently drove from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, to Buffalo, New York with my cat. The ride was long, but we were making decent time. For the most part, she and I had gotten up toward right before you got into New York. It was around 5:30 p.m., but that also meant it was around pitch black. We only stopped once to get something in McDonald's and I drank their iced tea quickly to try to stay awake. I definitely had to pee. I didn't want to leave my cat in the car, so I put her leash on and we walked into the gas station. I said, "Do you mind if we use the restroom here?" The man behind the counter said sure, and she and I entered into the bathroom. She sat on the counter while I did my thing and the store was empty. There were some dudes around browsing for honey buns, tasty cakes and cheaper cigarettes than those in New York, and there was a woman talking to the clerk up front. She was probably a regular or something. Based on the seeming familiarity with each other, my cat jumped about a foot when we heard the doorknob rattling and said, "Sorry, it's occupied right now." My cat is a trained animal. She is trained to handle people, stimulating situations, crowds, and relatively loud noise. She hates cars, though I looked over at her after the jump and her tail was as full as could be, and she got low and slipped up to her favorite position on my shoulders. She dug into my hair with her nails and did her little grumble at me that she does when she wants to be let outside. The doorknob rattles again and she reached out toward the door like in a quick way, like a strike. It's still occupied. I called out, but I wasn't laughing this time. We then heard someone speak. It was a man's voice and honestly it kind of made my blood run cold. And they were speaking a cousin of my native language and in English is not my first. They were saying, "Should I grab her when she comes out in my native tongue?" Cram doesn't really have the multiple connotations like it does. They use what is similar to take, as far as I could tell, through the door. No, the cashier is right there. We can go outside. I think her car is the blue one. My cat did her angry grumble bug sound and I tried to pet her to reassure her. There weren't any windows in the bathroom and my car was parked unwisely around the side of the lot. I parked it a little away from the lights because I had a lot of stuff in it and didn't want the items to be lit and was not the blue one. We heard their steps retreat and we sat there for what felt like a long time. We both jumped when we heard a knock on the door. "Come out quickly and my girlfriend will lead you through the back to your car. They are standing out by the pumps." It was the clerk who I thought was the regular. I opened the door and she ushered me to the back, not the smartest move, but I wasn't sure what else to do. She opened the door and I could see my car about 20 feet away. I wanted to sprint, but I remembered I used my key to set the alarm. I unlocked the car with my keys and the alarm went off. I threw myself into the driver's seat, unlocked it with the key thing and quickly pressed the button to lock it again. I felt my heart in my throat as I threw the car into reverse and got out of there. On my way out I noticed the guy standing near the blue car on the other side of the lot trying to nonchalantly smoke. They didn't even know I got out when I was about 3. My mother was a late-night pizza delivery girl for a pizza chain called Pizza Inn. They made the best chocolate chip pizzas. My 20-something-year-old mother would usually finish work around 3 a.m. and come pick me up from my grandmother's house when my grandmother couldn't watch me. My mom usually had a babysitter lined up. I even remember spending the night in the back of the pizza place a couple times while my mom worked. My mom was working a late-night double at Pizza Inn one Saturday and needed to drop me off at the babysitter's house around 7 p.m. just before her shift. Laura, the babysitter, told my mother that she would meet her on the road between Laura's house and our town. Laura explained that she had to be somewhere and just wouldn't be home at the time, but she said I could jump into her car at the bus stop and tag along with her. When my mother spotted Laura's car and pulled over to let me go to Laura, I started screaming and crying. I had never done this before and was very fond of other people. My mother said I was shaking teeth, chattering and all. When Laura touched me, I visibly shuddered and kept crying louder for my mother. I'd stayed with Laura a time or two before that night, and some other babysitters too, but my mom swears that I had never lost it like this before or since. That night at work, my mom just couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. She didn't like my reaction to Laura at all. It bothered her so much that she couldn't take it and left work early to come and get me now. There were no cell phones to call ahead, as this was roughly around 1987, but she sped as fast as she could out to Laura's house down a local country road. When she arrived and knocked on the door, Laura answered, totally shocked to see my mother. My mom said she'd finished work early and was just here to pick up her son. That's when Laura's face changed and she said, "Well, you're not getting him," and tried to close the door, my mother. But Laura was small and my mother was a huge woman. "If you don't let me have my son, I'll kick your ass," Mother roared at Laura, shoving the door down on top of her just before grabbing me up and, "Nope, enough, away from that crazy-ass house." The intuition of a troubled mother speaks volumes. I have broken memories tied to that house. As a matter of fact, I was molested there by a man who was naked on the couch watching porn, and I have broken memories tied to that house. I won't go into the fuzzy details. My mother believes that Laura was renting out the children she was babysitting, probably to feed a drug habit, who knows? Because within 9 months Laura had died of a heroin overdose, and there was a thread on the main page asking cops if they have ever experienced anything creepy or odd at a crime scene. I posted the following story and some people said I should submit it over here. I've seen a lot of suicides, but one sticks out. This elderly female had her adult daughter living with her. She called us because she hadn't seen her daughter for 2 days and hadn't heard her moving around upstairs. The stairway going up was very narrow, and at the top was a direct 90-degree turn into the bedroom, and the mother was too elderly to climb the stairs. So she called us. We get there and enter the bedroom and find the daughter dead. She hung herself by tying the rope from her robe around her neck and the other end to the bedpost. Then she just laid on the floor and let her weight compressed. The rope seemed odd because she could have easily just sat up or lifted herself up to keep from being strangled. Almost wouldn't thought her body would have done it on its own as a defense mechanism. Anyway, we untie her and check vitals, but she's gone. We need to check the body for signs of trauma. So we do that. As we're turning her over, the air escapes from her lungs and she goes, and I feel the air blow over my arm and gross me out big time. Anyway, we couldn't get her out of the room because the stairway was too narrow. Ambulance arrives and we strap her to a backboard and lower her out the window and down the ladder of the fire truck. I felt terrible for the mother because she was in hysterics and her daughter being tossed out the upstairs window with the whole neighborhood watching. I never found out any details about her body afterwards, so I don't know if she took pills and then laid down and passed out, etc. But that method of suicide struck me as very odd. Next, got an alarm call to a home where someone had committed suicide the year before. The house was still owned by the family, but it's unused. No one lived there. Another officer and I cleared the house and advised dispatch that everything is kosher. No forced entry anywhere, but the back door was unlocked. We contacted the owner and he told us he leaves it unlocked. Whatever, anyway, we're in the house just looking around. We're marking how. It's a shame that the house just sits there unused. The other officer goes to take a leak and I'm standing there in the living room when I hear footsteps upstairs. Now we check the entire upstairs, each room, every closet, bathroom, etc. My partner yells from the bathroom, "Are those footsteps?" He comes out zipping up and we rush upstairs, nothing. Doors to the rooms are open. We check each room again, each closet. Everywhere the upstairs is flat out empty. There wasn't even furniture left in the house. He's in one room and I'm in another. When I felt this coldness into the room, it was just a cold that felt like it encompassed my entire body. Then it was as if someone in front of me shoved me with both hands. It was a very distinct feeling of two hands shoving me backwards by pushing my chest. I'm a cop. Normally someone shoves you and it's game on, but this time there was no one there, just an empty room. I must have sat there with a stupid look on my face for maybe a second or two. Then I left the room completely creeped out. I met my buddy in the hallway and he tells me I look weird. I tell him what happened and he says, "Yeah, this place is creepy, let's bounce." It was daytime and the house was fully lit as there were no curtains or shades on any of the windows. Later I told my supervisor about it and he said he went to an alarm called air as well, and as soon as he went inside he got that creepy feeling where it feels like you're being watched. When I was about 14, I started going to a non-denominational Christian church in Northeast Arkansas. I'm not religious anymore, but I remember liking the church because it was open to homosexuals. My uncle is a gay preacher in Arizona, so this was important to me for my family's sake. The pastor of the church, Ron, was great and very animated, been preaching, but not in that southern cult kind of way. Ron and his wife had a lot of children. While they weren't fire and brimstone kind of Christians, they did take their faith quite seriously. All of their kids were named after prophets and important people in the Bible. I think at the time they had about 3 boys and 3 younger girls, and maybe one on the way. Their oldest kid was a teenager named Isaiah, who was a year older than me. He was just the coolest guy and by far the most popular in our youth group. He was funny, good-looking and pretty much good at everything he attempted, from athletic games to art. I really liked Isaiah because he was the guy who always said the right thing at the right time. I always wanted to be like that. One Wednesday night after our youth group meeting, Pastor Ron and his wife invited us all back to their house for snacks and a chat. It was quite common for our youth group to meet up after church. Sometimes we'd all go to a fast food restaurant and other times someone's house or apartment. We were a teen youth group and getting to meet up after services was always great, but getting to meet up at the pastor's house was a real treat to us. Isaiah's father, Pastor Ron, is where Isaiah got all his charm. The two of them were basically just aged to find copies of each other. So after arriving at Pastor Ron's house, we were all just enjoying our Kool-Aid. Not that kind of Kool-Aid, real, safe, delicious Kool-Aid. Not the permanent sleep aid kind of Kool-Aid, not the Kool-Aid stuff. That's not where this is going. Anyway, I was sitting in a big leather chair thinking about the message the youth pastor Jerry was talking about earlier. The lesson was on demons and angels. I hadn't really made up my mind if I thought that kind of stuff was real or not, so I decided to ask Pastor Ron for his take on the subject. When I did, his face drained of its cool. No, not Kool-Aid, just cool, I mean. His face completely dropped and his eyes went all white and watery. I looked at Isaiah. His face looked exactly the same as his father's, sunken by the light of the antique lamp in the room casting shadows on everything. Pastor Ron told us a story that still raises the hairs on my body to this day. He told us about when Isaiah was younger, maybe 10. Isaiah had his own room back then, before the sisters were born, and his room was on the ground floor. In his room there was a big massive window facing into the backyard of the house. The curtains on the window were rarely closed as they had quite a secure structure around their backyard and no one could even see into it if they tried. One night while Isaiah was sleeping, he woke up with an awful feeling in his stomach. a feeling like something was coming for him or waiting for him, something evil. His wide eyes immediately began to fill up with tears as they began to adjust. He could see out the massive window at the foot of his bed facing into the backyard. What he saw took his breath away and caused him to seize up in a silent coma of fear. There in the moonlight was an enormous dark creature pacing back and forth in a fit of rage, only 10 feet from the child's window. Pastor Ron said it walked upright and stood about 10 feet tall and was snorting like a bull, but the sound was a little more guttural. It would stop every once in a while, bend down so we could see writing through the window. Its head to one side stared Isaiah silently and then screamed bloody murder. For a few seconds after that it would stand back up and go back to its angry pacing again, and it didn't seem to be tiring. As a matter of fact, whatever this was seemed to be getting itself more and more wound up. Its eyes were unreal and human and unearthly. They lit up dark red through the mask of night nests and burned right through Isaiah. Isaiah said it was lurking in the shadows so he couldn't tell if it had skin or fur, but he said it was so tall that it was hitting some of the lower branches on the trees near its head in the backyard. Isaiah finally got the nerve up to try and scream for his father, but all that came out was a roar of fear that woke up the whole house. Pastor Ron burst in through the door after hearing Isaiah, and immediately Ron's blood ran completely cold as he saw the creature that was stalking his son outside the window. Immediately they got down on their knees and started to pray. The scary beasts began to laugh at them. Pastor Ron repeatedly shouted the word, "What? What?" He couldn't even finish his sentence. The giant dark thing stopped silently and said, "Hungry." Then it went absolutely wild, charging forward at the air like it was trying to get in through whatever was holding it back from breaking the window and getting in the room. Ron and Isaiah prayed for an hour straight, and thing gradually moved further and further back until it was completely gone away from the house. Isaiah said he wasn't ashamed to say, stayed in his parents' room that night, but he didn't sleep. He said he read the Bible all night until the sun came up that morning. Ron said they never saw the thing again. But that story in the face of Pastor Ron and his eldest son, Isaiah, have stuck with me to this day. I should start off by saying my brother is not only a military man, but he's your basic hetero. Never let them see you cry, cliché of a military man. He's not afraid of anything, well, except for the entire country of Japan. This is his story. My brother joined the Marines when he was 18 and was stationed in Japan. He really enjoyed his time there for a while. The girl specifically. He made friends with some of the Japanese guys his age who worked around the base on nights where him and his soldier friends had the night off. The local Japanese guys would show them around, bring them to bars, introduce them to girls, etc. One night, after a little drinking and no luck with girls, the guy invited my brother home to play video games. My brother accepted the invite and they played video games for a few hours during this time. He tells my brother, the main reason he wanted to get home early was because his little sister had been suffering from night terrors, causing her to wake up screaming, crying, and sometimes vomiting. He was worried about her and wanted to be home in case she had an episode. At this point the story, as she'd explained how this guy's house was shaped. The house was built in the shape of a horseshoe with the garden in the middle. His bedroom was at the very edge of one side of the U shape and his sister's all the way on the other end, so they are essentially across the garden from each other. If he looks out of his window he can see into hers and vice versa. So anyways, they decide to call it a night and the Japanese guy walks over to the window to look across the garden, into his sister's window to check on her. He lifts the blind and peers out for a fraction of a second before jumping back screaming and looking him. A brother like he just saw something horrible. My brother then goes to look and he stops him. He tells him that he saw a dark cloud with red eyes hovering over his sister's sleeping body. My brother naturally doesn't believe him and decides to look for himself. He creeps quietly over to the window and lifts the blind, but this time he finds himself eye to eye with what he describes as a dark black puff of smoke with the face. My brother and this other guy admit that they got under the covers and stayed there until it was light outside, too afraid to lift the blankets and see that the smoky figure had come a little closer and was in the room with them, just on the other side of the thin sheets. I don't know what to believe. Or maybe they drank more than what they said they did that night and imagined it all, but I know my brother believes what he saw. He sticks to his story, and when he tells it, he looks like someone who saw something truly sinister. You can choose to believe me or not, whatever, it's fine. But after my dogs got transported across the house, things have just been getting weirder here. I've been forcing myself to sleep in my room lately because of school, and my mom keeps telling me that I can't sleep on the couch on weeknights. I stopped trying to tell her that I'm too scared to sleep in my room because I'm 17 years old. Right, and that makes me an honorary big girl, and I guess a big girl doesn't cry about monsters in her closet, right? Anyway, I decided I'm completely insane for thinking there's a ghost in my room, so I force myself to sleep in there every night. About 3 weeks ago, I woke up for the first time around 4 a.m., talking to my closet, sitting almost completely up, staring into the dark space. I have no idea what I said, but it freaked me out. For the next 2 weeks, I woke up either talking to the closet or sitting upright staring directly in it, and I bought a Ouija board with my sister because she had suggested it. The first time we tried it was in my room. She asked about my late-night talks. The spirit that we were talking to was called ES, and it said that I've been talking to it every night and asking it to leave me alone. I felt as though this confirmed that there was something in my room that made my sleeping unbearable. I've also noticed bruising on the leg that's closest to the closet, my left leg, because I always sleep on my stomach and my closet is on the right side of my bed, and things have gone missing. Light stopped working for no reason. I didn't think much of it until I had to sleep in complete darkness. I become drained of energy every time I enter my room. I heard that entities can do that, like drain power out of things and stuff. It's extremely cold at night, no matter what I do to warm myself up. All I'm waiting for now is some kind of growling or full-on attack. Honestly, one time I was home alone, knocking coming from my room. I froze to see if it was just the owls settling, but it didn't stop. It sounded like someone was knocking on my wall with no real rhythm. Well, this freaked me out, so I logged it down the stairs, but the knocking followed me. I was terrified. I stood shaking in my kitchen waiting for the end, but then the knocking started coming from inside the cabinets. I'm pretty sure that was the last thing to happen before all the activity stopped, but that was only like a week ago. It all seems like it happened a long time ago, but really it all just happened and then stopped happening so quickly. You know, I have no idea how long that thing's been in my room. Can someone please help me get rid of this? I don't even know where to start. I'm scared. I pray before I go to sleep for protection, but I still wake up every night between 3 o'clock and 4 a.m. This happened to me 2 years ago. It was my first month on the job and I worked night security at this pretty interesting place. For the record, I still work there and have more strange stories possibly to tell in the future. I'm a 38-year-old male. I've worked security jobs most of my life and the graveyard shift. I was an event security guard for various well-known concert venues for years, so I've seen my fair share of strange things and crazy people. In other words, I don't scare easily and hardly ever go into a panic mode when a crisis comes up. The place I currently work is a resort-style apartment complex. To get the layout, there are 3 floors of apartments with 50 units on each floor. This place takes up 1 city block with a golf course in back, indoor swimming pools, hot tubs, and a small movie theater. You name it. This place has it. Most of the residents are retired doctors, lawyers, and otherwise wealthy individuals. There are some younger people that live there as well, stockbrokers and real estate agents and so on. Some just use their apartment in the summer and leave as soon as the snow falls. It is located in a well-known tourist town in the United States. The building itself has 12 exits. On the first floor the doors are locked. At 11 p.m. you can exit, but you can't get back in unless you go to the front of the building and ask to be buzzed in or pick up the call box phone next to whatever exit you're at. It'll ring the company's cell phone and I answer and can come let you in. The front lobby is set up much like a hotel, with sliding glass doors which I lock when I start my shift in the middle of the building on the first floor, 2 big slider doors which I also lock. They lead to the private parking lot. The parking lot itself is gated and you need a code to get in. This was midsummer and while it's never really hot here, tonight was an exception. It was still very warm after the sun had set. I came in 10 minutes to 11 o'clock to start my shift. We have a routine to hand off the keys, then log and phone to the next person on duty. Despite its size, I am the only security person here at night. My coworker who was leaving told me the side iron gates that led to the parking lot are open on one side because they're stuck. This is nothing new and they often do get jammed. She told me the repair people would be in tomorrow sometime to fix them, but to just do some extra patrol out there tonight. This place sits across the road from a public park and while the area is pretty decent, the park tends to breed druggies and homeless people at night who sometimes like to try and wander on the property or cause trouble. My night started out as uneventful. Is it good as a security guard in this place? We only have pepper spray, a large flashlight, keys and a company's cell phone to call 911 if need be. We are told not to confront anyone with bodily harm, nor can we detain anyone. We're simply eyes and ears and to call the police if something comes up. Of course you can defend yourself if you need to, but in all cases, if you are in danger, call the police, and that's the company policy. Basically, I am to walk the grounds and floors and look for anyone suspicious, watch the cameras in the security office, which is the lobby, and otherwise try to stay alert. If a resident calls for a maintenance request, I would take the information down in the computer for day's shift, or if a resident called with a security issue, I would attend to it. Pretty easy job. I thought I locked the doors to the parking lot and the lobby doors, headed a sweep of all the floors and then found myself back at the desk. It was really quiet and it just rolled around 3 a.m. I had just sat down to eat my lunch. When the company's cell phone rang, the caller ID let me know it was from one of her outside call box phones. I picked it up and said, "Thanks for calling. This is Security Officer James. How can I help you?" All I heard was some heavy breathing. I glanced at the cameras and could see the shadow of a figure standing just out of reach. From the door camera view, all I could see is the open call box in the metal cord. From the phone, I again asked, "How can I help you?" The man started to breathe heavier and laugh, then silence. It was one of those laughs you hear in a movie when the lunatic is about to do something terrible. I got up from my chair and started to walk out of the office into the door he was at when it rang again, this time from call box number 2, which was further down. I quickly looked at the camera and seen this large figure in a hooded jacket. I knew this was strange as it was very warm outside. He was holding a black bag in his hands but had his back to the camera. "I'm coming for you and you're gonna die," this voice said in a raspy, deep tone. He hung up before I had the chance to say anything. Then the phone rang again. This time I picked up and before he could speak I let him know the cops are on their way and to leave the property now. As he is on camera, he tried the doors and both were locked. This time he was at yet another call box. This guy had to be running at top speed to make it to the next call box, as there are good distance between doors on the outside. "I can see you. Are you ready to die? The cops won't make it here in time." The guy said I spoke loud and pretended like I was talking to another security officer and asked him to send 3 other security guards to such and such location and that police are dispatched. The guy slammed the phone down loud against the call box receiver and I watched him on camera take off into the darkness to the park area. I figured it scared him off. I was going to call the police, but honestly, the location of this place. It would take them at least 15 minutes to get here, and I figured this guy was just some tweaker from the park. I scanned the cameras and walked to the back lot just to be sure no one was there. I had my pepper spray in hands just in case, but no one was out there. I returned to my desk and wrote what happened in the incident log. About half an hour later, I finished lunch and was just about to do rounds when the phone rang again. This time it was from an unknown number. I thought it would be a resident calling for a repair issue or something. I picked up and said my normal line. "Where are the cops?" "I don't see them, but I see you." The voice said it was that guy again. I scanned the cameras and didn't see anything. I went to the front door to look out, and there was nothing but darkness and a few front floodlights on. "I know you're alone and you are going to die soon," he said. I basically told him to get and hung up. I called the non-emergency number to 911. "Oh, what was going on?" The dispatcher said she would send out a car to check the area and make contact with me. Next thing I hear is a loud thud against the glass windows to the day manager's office, which sits across from the security room. Another 3 loud bangs. I run to the door and unlock it. I pull up the shades and shine my flashlight through the window into the darkness. I catch the face of this hooded man. He looked to be about 40, with long, stringy hair poking down and these wild eyes. He looked right at me and grinned before slamming his head into the window and trying to break it. I started yelling at him and told him the cops are coming and get the out of here. That's when he pulled the biggest damn butcher knife I've ever seen and made a slicing motion, like he was going to use it to cut my throat. This guy was crazy and probably on drugs. He continued slamming his body against the glass, trying to break it. He used his head to try and break the window but managed to bust his head open. So the window now has blood all over it. I backed out the office and locked the door to it. I then decided to wait for cops, as this guy was out of control and my pepper spray wasn't going to stop him, and the last thing I wanted was to handle a bloody crazy person. He then ran to the nearest side door and took the call box phone off the hook. He then ran to each call box and removed all the phones, which caused a company's cell phone to ring and jam up the line. This guy had to be on meth or something because he ran as fast as I could imagine. I watched the camera and noticed to my horror, the sliding door to the garage was open. Now it was common for residents to go out to their cars and unlock the door themselves. It's just a sliding lock, like the kind in department stores, but this is the last thing I need. With this nut job running around, I sprinted across the building and took a shortcut through a couple banquet rooms to make it to the garage. As it was doing so, I saw the crazy guy running up the garage pathway. I slid that door as fast as I could and locked it before he got to the entryway. He then slammed his body into the glass over and over, but the door didn't move. I locked the second set of doors in case he got through the outside ones. He would at least be trapdoor. It would slow him down. I reached for my pepper spray, thinking maybe he would just leave, and I yelled that the cops are here. He started to laugh. And Hal then held the knife up again before running into the darkness of the parking garages. I called the cops my personal cell phone to let them know that the man had a knife. The dispatcher told me the cops will be there shortly and I will let her know what happened. I made my way to the front again and locked myself in the security office. At least this place had no windows and I could watch on camera. I heard another loud thud and bang and realized he was at the front lobby doors trying to get in. I was hoping the cops would roll up any minute, but they didn't, and while it probably didn't take them long, it felt like forever. At this point, the guy was standing at the lobby doors with a knife in hand. He faced the camera and by this time his hood had fallen back. He was bald-headed, with wild, long, stringy, crazy hair on the sides of his head. His eyes were huge and I will never forget the grin on his face as he mouthed to the camera, "Died." Died while making stabbing motions with a knife, blood running across his face from slamming into the glass. He then ran out into the darkness. About 5 minutes later, the cops show up. They sent one officer. He asked me what the guy looked like, and I told him I have camera footage. He drove through the area first and shined a spotlight. The cop returned to tell me he couldn't find anyone and he had driven around the entire block and back area behind the golf course. I showed him the footage and printed out a picture from the camera. The cop said he didn't see any sign of the guy and that he would patrol the area and for me to call back if he came again. It was now nearly 5 a.m. when the cop left. I waited until 6 a.m. when it was daylight and people were starting to get out and about before I walked around and hung up all the phones from the call boxes. This guy literally took all 12 phones off the hook. When my manager came in during the morning shift at 8 a.m., I told her what happened and she said they would keep an eye out and have a meeting to let everyone know who worked here to be aware they had an extra security guard on my shift for 2 weeks after, but thankfully the guy never returned for context. I'm a female and was 14 at the time of this event. It was December and my parents were driving me and my brother down to my aunt's to drop off Christmas presents. When we arrived, my parents decided to stay and chat for a bit and naturally I got bored. So I offered to take their dog, Dan, for a walk. He's a golden retriever, so a pretty laid-back dog and not very intimidating at all. They agreed but warned me to stay on the main street and not to go down any poorly lit road, since my aunt lives in quite a rough area of England. I mumbled something and walked out the door thinking I was able to protect myself. Me and Dan walked for about 5 minutes or so before I got bored and was curious to check out a smaller street on my left. This road seemed slightly eerie and the houses were a lot more beat up than the ones on the main street. I ignored this and continued and walked to the end of the road. As I turned the corner, I noticed a figure dressed head to toe in black and holding what seemed to be a crowbar. I think he was attempting to break into a car, but I couldn't quite tell, as the only light was a dim, flickering orange coming from the street lamps. I stood there and stared at him blankly and unshocked before coming to my senses and swiftly making my escape. He hadn't noticed me and I was planning to walk back to my aunt's house to call the police, but I realized that I wanted to be sure that he was actually breaking into the car before causing any commotion. I turned left at the main street and walked down an alley which led back to the same road. There was a car parked up against the pavement and I used that to my advantage by crouching behind it and peering my head around the side. I squinted trying to get a better view, but Dan went crazy then began barking and growling. I hissed at him to stop, but it was too late. The man was already turned in our direction. I couldn't make out his face because he was wearing a hood, but I knew that he must have seen me. As it began to slowly walk towards the car with inconsistent steps, my brain told me that I needed to get out of there, so I yanked Dan by the collar and we bolted down the nearest alleyway. I could hear him closing in, but I kept running, taking random turns and trying to lose him, but it didn't work. At one point he even managed to get right behind me and grabbed my leg, but I pulled it away, causing him to trip. I took that as my chance and ran left and right down any road I came across. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't care. As long as it was away from him. He was still behind me, but not as close as anymore. So I turned on a road and crouched in the neighbor's bush. Before holding my breath, the man ran straight past me and down another street. He didn't come back. I was that bush for a good 20 minutes, sobbing into Dan's fur before I had the courage to come out. I managed to find my way back and we called the police, but I don't think the man was found. Since I couldn't make out his features to this day, I still hate to think what would have happened if that man with that crowbar had caught me. I'm a Brazilian military brat, so I've lived in quite a few places. In 2007, when I was 11, we had to move to a small city in the middle of the Amazon close to the Colombian border. The city was very isolated and we lived in an even more isolated military village, and there were 3 villages: the private's village, the sergeant's village and the officer's village. These villages were linked through trails that cut through the heavy woods. One of these trails was crossed by a water stream. The internet was very slow. I remember my downloads having the crazy velocity of 3 kilobytes per second. We have no cell phone service and the TV only receives signal from 2 channels. We had almost nothing to do, so kids were very united. We spent the day riding our bicycles, going through the trails, spending the day in someone's house. It was great. In one of those trails, one day, a man started showing up. He had the features of a native person and always seemed to be taking care of the nature, collecting trash that someone left behind, calling for birds and tending to the trees. We talked to him sometimes and we named him the Rainforest Man because he knew a lot about the trees and the animals, and remember asking him one day why he was there, and he said that the command of the base hired him to help them explore the area, because he knew the area very well. It seemed logical to me, so I brushed it off. One particular day, 2 girlfriends of mine and I were in the other girl's house. Her house was in a different village than ours, and while we were there a boy showed up. This boy was a couple years older than us and my friends were very interested in him. It was starting to get dark and I told them that we should probably go home, but they wanted to stay and talk to this boy and I was too scared to go back alone, so I waited. When we decided to go home, it was very dark. The trails weren't illuminated and we could see very little. So in the middle of the dark we saw light in our path, but more precisely through the water stream. We got scared and decided to hide and see who it was. After a while we could see that the person holding the flashlight was the rainforest guy. He was furiously looking for something, waving his flashlight around. He probably heard us. The thing is, he was holding a very large knife called a shanda. It's commonly used there to cut big fish. We stayed quiet for a while, but as it was getting even darker, we decided to reveal ourselves. We got into our bikes and went straight to the water stream where he was, and then we needed to cross. But before we arrived there, he saw us. He was right in front of us with his knife pointed at us. We couldn't cross the water stream riding our bikes, so we dropped it there and ran for our lives. After we passed him, he turned off his flashlight and was absolutely dark. We could see close to nothing. We just ran straight ahead. When I got into the other side of the stream, I fell down and hurt my knees. He probably thought I was still running with the other girls, so I decided to stay there where I was, instead of getting up, trying not to make too much noise or reveal my location. He then turned the flashlight on again and I could see he was stealing one of our bikes. He brought it to the water stream and carried the bike on his back, following the water path into the woods. I remember he walked really close to me, and one of the scariest moments of my life was what he said. When he stood nearly 5 feet away from me, "Come out, little swine." After he was considerably far away, I got up and ran straight ahead again. When I finally got to the village, our parents were already running to me, since the other girls had already told them what had happened. I never saw the Rainforest Man again, and it turns out they never hired anyone, as the guy had told me. After this, soldiers started to supervise the trails and no one ever showed up again, at least while I lived there. It was 2005, only a few short months after Hurricane Katrina devastated much of the southern coast. At the time I had just turned 15, the beginning of my I want attention desperately from any guy willing to give it staged. Looking back on that mentality some 11 years later, I can only shake my head and wonder how I managed to be lucky enough to live through those teenage years with all the horrible situations I put myself through. My family and I had just moved from an area in New Orleans that was practically wiped out from the storm exactly a month before it initially hit. The area we moved to was about 15 or so minutes away from New Orleans, depending on traffic. It was the first home I ever lived in that had an actual neighborhood with other teenagers my age. Quickly I befriended the 2 sisters who lived down the street from me and we became inseparable, and the other sister, my age, was one of the best friends I ever had. To be exact, it was October 2005 when I met the man who lived behind our house on the opposite street shortly before the sun began to set. That was outside my friend's house, I'll call her V, smoking a cigarette, when a cute little dog came running up to me. I'd always loved dogs, typically more than most people, and didn't hesitate to smother this animal with never-ending belly rubs and butt scratches. A couple of rubs later I noticed he had the collar with his owner's information on it. Using the cell phone, I gave the listed number a call. It's important and very relevant to my story in stating that this time I had quite a thing for Spanish. Men in a perfectly tan skin, dark eyes, and accents would make my skin mouth. Perhaps this preference came to be because I was the complete opposite: platinum blonde hair, blue eyes, paler skin. As he promptly guessed by now, the voice that answered the call was coded heavily in a Spanish accent, almost like Antonio Banderas, smooth and elegant in his tone. I began explaining that I had found his dog, or rather his dog. It found me in excitement. The voice exclaimed his dog had been missing for a couple of weeks. At this point we arranged a time to meet so I could return the beloved pup, as his owner was still at work. During my wait I tried to match a face with a boy so that became immediately infatuated with, until finally someone pulled into V's driveway, and I just knew this was the man behind that voice. His car, less appealing on the outside, didn't bother me much. As I walked to the driver's side, I noticed he had clearly spent a lot of money on a sound system complete with ridiculously decked-out rims and several monitors on each set, including one installed into his dashboard. At the time I hadn't noticed what he was actually watching, as the face I tried to visualize before having met him was almost identical to what I imagined. He was beautiful, nervous, and shy. I gave him his dog and he began trying to make small talk. At first it was typical conversation complaining about work or home life, but then the flood of compliments came. "You're beautiful." That one line was enough to give me the confidence to conquer Earth. Eventually he asked me my age, to which I responded I'm only 15. It didn't seem to faze him at all really, and he said I am 33, being the young, naive, desperately craving attention teen I was. His age meant nothing to me. Here was a grown man feeding me compliments too stupid to realize how disgusting it actually was at the time. At this point I snapped out of my trance just enough to notice what had been playing in the background. Horn, a little unnerved, Pep brushed it off and figured that just what adults do. He had been watching and listening to the entire conversation, rightfully shaking her head in disapproval, until finally she walked over and said, "You need to leave. My mom is on the way home." The man was very insistent on showing his gratitude by taking me out on a date. Being that V was standing next to me by then, I simply said I'd let him know. Later, as began driving away, V let me have it. She was smart enough to know that it was extremely inappropriate for us to ever date. Eventually, listening to her reasoning, I had come to the conclusion that she was right and I was being stupid. I texted him later that night and let him know I was not interested, that he was far too old for me, and his response wasn't rude or angry, just a simple okay. As weeks passed by, he would get random texts from this man, probably assuming it was my cell phone. Since I had contacted him from her number, the messages started off fine, asking how I was doing, sending him pictures of he and his dog while thanking me for finding him. He never responded and it seemed to only agitate him. Then these messages became a little threatening, saying things such as, "The world is a dangerous place, but I can protect you. I can't keep you alive. If you won't even talk to me, fine, I'll be the one to hurt you then." By then, well, the V and I were completely freaked out, but never once told our parents or anyone for that matter. Eventually the messages stopped and we went on with our lives, almost forgetting. This situation even happened until one day I noticed that same car driving by my house. Weakly, having told me what was happening, we decided to text him. Luckily, she saved his number of what I can only assume was in case his threats ever escalated, and let him know we would be contacting the police. I never saw or heard from him again. In the summer of 2012, now married, I received a text from my mother with only a link inside. It was an article from our local news station with a picture of this man I had crossed paths with so long ago, stating he was wanted for multiple counts of murder. As it was apparently a local hitman and possibly a suspect for human trafficking, I couldn't believe it. The most torturous part of all was reading his last known address. Just so happened to be the house that overlooked our backyard. He wasn't actually living in that house, though. He was living in one of the sheds behind it, although we had a privacy fence. The shed was elevated to easily see over and into our yard, and remember on many occasions seeing a silhouette peeking out of the shed's window. Anytime I take our dogs out, everything made sense. From that point on, I had only met him in front of these house, so I always found it odd that I'd see him passing by mine as slowly and creepily as possible. I often think what would have happened had I not befriended V. She was always my voice of reason. In fact, she undoubtedly saved me from a lot of situations such as this one. To my knowledge, he was never found. This takes place over the course of the first semester of my senior year of high school. Being lonely girl at the time, I didn't have many friends and became rather attached to the people I believed to be my friends. There's a boy that I had a crush on, who we'll call Keith. He was the silent genius of the school, who knew a lot about a lot, but never took the initiative to participate in class or take his classwork seriously, usually reading a book, doing that evening's homework when he cared enough to, or browsing the internet on. Our schools issued laptops during class. So one day in English class I'm sitting next to him in the back row of desks when our teacher pairs us up to work on a project together. Keith, seeming disinterested, looked at me and then back at his laptop to continue whatever he was doing while I tried to talk to him. Finally we began to talk. He was rather quick to open up to me about some stuff. I thought he may be interested in me. By the way, he smiled at me while talking about things I didn't even know about. His vocabulary was extensive and he was funny too. This is a side of him I had never seen before, and I felt like I was growing to like him even more than I did before. So we began working on a project when the bell rings and we go our separate ways. I didn't see him the rest of the day, but I wanted to incredibly bad. I had a crush on this boy. Whenever I saw him in the hallways, I smiled. He even came and sat next to me at lunch one day and my heart almost leapt out of my mouth. He was outgoing with my friends and they quickly liked him too. They asked if he was my boyfriend and, despite wishing it was true, I denied it. During my astronomy class one day I was surprised to see Keith come in despite him not being part of our class. He told her teacher that he switched classes and the teacher confirmed it. Awesome, I get to see him more. I thought he smiled at me and sat down in his seat as the class resumed, during which he exchanged looks and smiles. Everything went fine. For about a month. Keith and I had exchanged phone numbers during that period and we hung out over the weekends, usually on a regular basis. I was waiting for him to ask me out, but he never did. I felt disappointed for the longest time. Then, one day in English, Keith gets up to use the bathroom and had decided to look at his laptop. Overly attached friend, I know, don't remind me. Keith always took his time in the bathroom, so I felt safe looking through it without him coming in out of nowhere and seeing me. I opened up several folders on his desktop to find nothing but schoolwork. In the occasional photo of his favorite sports team, I then opened up a folder marked Anatomy and Physiology. Keith told me his school schedule in the past and he didn't have this class. I got curious and opened it up. I was shocked after opening up a photo file to see a picture of a dead girl lying on the ground naked. I felt my heart dropped as I opened up a Microsoft Word file entitled ANPHW and found lists of websites like that I didn't even want to know about. I felt like I had to open up one more photo, which was the last one in the folder. I almost cried as I opened it up to see a photo of me that he took one day when we were at my house. Except he had photoshopped blood on my body and the letter X over my eyes. I shrieked in horror and jumped back into my seat, the teacher somehow not hearing me, but several students did and asked me what was wrong and began crying and asked to go see the guidance counselor. As I walked past the restrooms, I didn't see Keith. When I got to the guidance counselor, I waited until he came out and asked him to talk about Keith. He didn't believe me at first, thinking I was doing it for attention, but eventually he told me that he would talk with him. I didn't hear anything about it for the rest of the year, but one day Keith was absent and didn't return for the rest of the year. I'm a 24-year-old guy and this happened to me about 6 months ago. I live in a rather large apartment complex, one that is very open and social. People are always outside, waving to each other, having drinks and barbecues and stuff like that. It's quite a safe place, with people looking out for each other all the time, and if anything happens, everyone is usually in the know. I live at the higher part of my building, very close to the roof. In fact, there's a door near my place next to some stairs leading up to it, so it isn't that hard to get up there. I've personally only ever been up there once before and after this. I don't plan on going up there alone. It was about 8 o'clock at night and I was in my computer checking my email, as well as just relaxing and browsing different sites. Well, at that moment my internet decides to open itself. Now this is pretty common as I use my building's Wi-Fi and it does this at certain points. This would be okay, but I was reading about 3 important emails and couldn't check the other 2 at the time because I hadn't opened any other tabs. So I decided to head outside, around to another building at a friend's house who I know they're really nice about letting me use her internet when things like this happen. I'm getting up to leave my place and I get out into the hallway when I hear a thump up above on the roof. The students surprised me that much, though I thought it was probably someone up there drinking or hanging out. Sometimes it happens. So I get to the bottom of the building and I'm leaving and I hear a loud rattle from the roof. I look up and I don't see anything. I brush it off as a random person on the roof who fell or something like that. So I continue walking. A few minutes later I'm nearing my friend's building and I hear a nearby bush shake and getting a little weirded out at this point, but I dismiss it as a cat or lizard moving around in the bush and just keep walking. I arrive to my friend's place and sit down on the curb near the entrance. I pull up my phone, unlock it and go to my email and continue where I left off a few minutes into reading it. I hear another rattle like at my building. Only now it's here. I'm getting an increasingly bad feeling about this, but I keep telling myself it's nothing. About 5 minutes later I happen to look up at the roof and get startled for a moment. There's a guy peering down at me, crouching. I figure he's just enjoying the view of the place and just happened to be looking at me for that moment. I shine the light up from my phone at him and I can make out more features. He's wearing tattered pants, a black hoodie and a mask, one of those white masks you buy at a party store. Only on it has drawn a really large smile. Now this creeped me out for a moment, but again I give myself an excuse to brush it off. I laugh nervously at the guy and just go back to reading. I look up a few minutes later and the guy is sticking his head out even more. So I'm starting to get scared. Now this is beginning to feel like some strange horror story. It was just me and this guy out there and I really didn't know what he wanted. So I decided to get up and just walk back to my place. I get back in with no trouble and started laughing. By that time I get here thinking about how silly and ridiculous that situation was. The guy was probably some prankster trying to scare me or something. So I'm in a good mood, walking to the entrance and I'd look up and immediately feel all my good mood drain away. That same guy is there, only now he's on my roof in the same creepy manner, staring down at me. I figured he must have run over when I left and gotten on top of the roof before I got there. So I'm just standing there frozen for a moment and this guy tilts his head as if he's wondering what's wrong. I quickly head inside and just try to forget it, going to my place and locking my door. Thankfully my internet is working now anyway. So later that night I decide to go to sleep and I lay in my bed for a while. Finally I start getting sleepy and shut my eyes. A while later I hear tapping on my window near my balcony. So I get up to go investigate the noise. I go to my balcony's glass door, pull back the curtain and immediately screen the guy who I'll call the roof man, for obvious reasons, is hanging from the roof and staring at me upside down. He tilts his head and I'm standing there frozen, wondering where this psychopath came from. What he does next frightens me even more. He climbs down onto my balcony and knocks on my glass like he wants in, and I don't comply. He starts banging lightly. This process escalates until he rams into the glass full force, cracking it. By this time I'm scrambling up and unlocking my door to get out of there. I opened the door and got out quickly. As I hear glass shatter, I shut the door and run down the hall and bang on a neighbor's door. I hear my neighbor come to answer and look back at my place down the hall and see my door open and the roofman peeks out. At this moment my neighbor answers and looks at me. Worried. I pointed down the hall and he looks. Roofman is standing there staring us down. Hey, suddenly breaks into a sprint running at us crazily. My neighbor pulls me into his place quickly and closes the door. A couple of seconds later we feel loud banging at the door, much louder than my banging earlier. We look out the people and see he's relentlessly ramming the door. The door holds up though, and after a while he gives up and runs off. We called the police and they searched the complex for him, but he wasn't there. I don't know what scares me more, that horrific night, or knowing he's still out there and he could do that to me again, or potentially someone else. My neighbor kindly allowed me to stay at his place for a while, saying he understood and that if something like that ever happened again, he'd have my back. I can't thank him enough. So now here I sit still at my neighbor's place, relaxing and watching TV. I haven't seen that psychopath since that night 6 months ago, but I always check out my window keeping an eye out for the roof man. So this has been going on for a very, very long time, 3 years to be exact, and I'm a long-time lurker on here and thought it was finally time for my creepy story to be told. I'm going to keep it as short and accurate as possible. This has been happening for so long that sometimes things have become muddled in my mind. About 3 years ago, I had recently broken up with my partner of about 3 years. Once this happened, I began getting very creepy messages from a phone number. I thought this was my ex at first, but I'm still friends with them and I know it's not them. The messages ranged from saying nice things to me, such as "you're beautiful, I love you," then to saying awful things to me about how they knew my deep, dark secrets and wanted to blackmail me. Honestly, this didn't creep me out so much as I continued to block the number, but they always make a new number, I'm assuming from a text-free app. This continued on for a few months until things got very, very creepy. I began to never respond to these messages and I always ignored them. But one night I received a call from my best friend. She was very alarmed and told me that the person who had been texting me all the time was doing things to her. Now she was house-sitting at a neighbor's house, which I had previously gone over to the night before. That night she was with some friends and she was receiving texts from the same person who was texting me obsessively. But this time he said something along the lines of, "This is because your beautiful friend won't answer me," and he, assuming it's a man at this time, sent her multiple pictures of the inside of the house. She was in through the window. She closed the blinds after this and had a friend check outside, but no one was there. Lastly, she received a message describing their appearances. So at this point I was very freaked out. Immediately the next day went into the police office to report it and sent in evidence, and that they said that they would look into it. They didn't take it very seriously, though. 6 months or so goes by and didn't receive any more messages, but did always receive phone calls from unknown numbers, which I assume was him. So I then began dating this girl, who I'm currently still with. Now, once this happens, more things start happening once again. First, I find out that this person for the past few months has been obsessively stalking my current girlfriend's ex-fling. I don't know how he knows about her, but he's been following her to and from work, sending her strange messages and notes, etc. She also files a police report, but nothing happens. Icing on the cake, he pretends it was me the entire time. So not only is he stalking me, but he's pretending to me to get me into trouble with the law. Once it gets tired of his game with this other girl, he comes back to harassing me, and they begin to follow me everywhere, sending my girlfriend text messages of where I last was, such as food places or if I'm at school. I continue to report this to the police, but at this point they can't do anything. They say I don't know he hacked my phone or what, but every time I mention to my girlfriend or plan on catching him or taking measures to stay safe, he sends me a message saying that he has put everything under my information, such as my IP address or email, so that I can never find him and he never will stop. I don't even know if this is possible. The past few months things have become more intense. First, he has made a fake email account under my girlfriend's name and emails me pretending to be her, asking me to meet up or sending me strange poems about his love for me. He also says about how I can never find him or get rid of him, that he's always watching me. Then on Halloween I receive a package exactly on that day as a strange purple mask. At first I thought it was an accident. The Damason just sent it to me accidentally. But then I receive a text from an unknown number saying something like, "I hope you enjoy your gift," and then it clicks. It's my stalker. I freaked out. My girlfriend freaks out. We end up calling Amazon to track the package to see who it is, but they can't find the package anywhere in their database. Things lay low for another month. I go to the gym every day, same time. Typically this day it's cold, very gloomy out. I'm leaving the gym and I look over and there's this man standing there. I don't have my glasses on, so I can hardly see his facial features, but he's wearing a hood and he seems relatively tall. It makes a strange noise and just waves in slow motion. Sometimes men do really strange things to me like this. I have no idea why, and I'm not bragging, I actually hate it, so I don't think much of it. But I am alarmed and I walk back to my car and get inside. I lock the doors and check behind me, and I always do this. I'm a very paranoid person. I see the man get into his car. It's a white car. I think maybe it's just a coincidence, and then I leave. The car leaves as well and follows me directly behind me, but not too close. I'm freaking out at this point, but my phone is dead because I used it too much of the gym listening to music. This time I'm not going home, though. I'm going to my grandparents, who live close by, to help them with a few things. Because they're moving. He continues following me and I turn into the driveway. They live down this very long driveway, but there's a ton of cars there and people walking around turns out. My grandparents are having an estate sale, which I think saves me. I drive into the driveway slowly and look behind me. I just see the same hooded man wave again slowly, then drive off. I know it's my stalker. I have no idea what he was trying to do, but this random estate sale saved me somehow. Lastly, I've received constant emails from him, creepy poems, but that's about it. The police know and I just keep updating the report, but they're still not taking it seriously. He knows everything about me, it seems, and has hacked my account and my girlfriend's account multiple times, our Facebook and Twitter. We know this because we have set up those alerts to let us know if someone unknown has logged in or is trying to. I'm tired of living in fear and I don't know what he's going to do next. It started off on Mega. I'm an 18-year-old at the moment. Since I turned 13, I developed a habit of talking to strangers online every day. After coming home from school, I used to talk to the numerous idiots, some decent people, some creeps, but nothing as bad as this for some backstory. I generally followed a generally similar routine on most days. Monday through Thursdays, it was go to school, come home, and then just watch a few episodes of Friends or The Middle. On Fridays I usually went out and chilled with my friends. Saturdays was just a day. I went to the town center, where there is usually a lot of shops, cinemas, and whatnot. I prefer to go out by myself on this day, though occasionally I went with friends. I just got home, jumped onto the computer, switching on my usual choice of music and just unwinding from a rough day at school, watched some YouTube videos, a few episodes of Friends, and then, after eating, proceeded to go onto a maghole. After a few strangers and perverts, I came across a decent guy called Chris. Now Chris and I exchanged messages for around 40 to 50 minutes when I just told him a little bit about myself, just general information, nothing specific, to be honest, what I like to do and just basically things that I'm into. He told me he was 18 years old and was working at an ICT company. As an apprentice, he seemed to have many of the same interests I did, which was a little cool because it gave us a lot to talk about. I casually told him that my web browser was acting up, to which he said, "Hey, I'm great with computers, my job involves working with computers. You should totally download this application and I'll see what I can do." With a huge amount of enthusiasm, me being as innocent as I was, I agreed. The application he told me to download was either TeamViewer or Splashtop Streamer. The reason I wasn't hesitant was because there wasn't anything on my computer. No personal details, just come home, schoolwork, video games, etc. It was pretty neat that he could just control my computer like that. I thought a message Chris saying that I'm popping downstairs for 5 minutes and then I'd be right back. I came back in within 3 minutes, seeing and erasing my web history. This didn't seem sketchy, as I had a problem with my browser. I asked him after he was done what he was doing and he said that the problem is all fixed, and it was. I thanked him and we spoke for about 20 more minutes. We planned to speak the following evening with some tags, so the system matched us together. The next evening we proceeded to speak. This time, however, he started acting up, asking why I was late and that I said I was going to come online at 8 p.m. Now I don't remember the exact time, but I know for a fact that it was not even that late, max 15 minutes. I told him not to speak to me like that and why he was acting like such an idiot having. I just met him. He went on to say, "Sorry, honey, I hope you can forgive me, I love you." Now, no, I'm not into guys, and these messages were freaking me out. I told him to stop and he just sent me a few smiley faces. He went on to say, "I know where you live," and named my hometown. "I know where you go to school," and things of that nature. Our town is a small one and there wasn't any way that he could have just guessed that things were uneventful for the next few days until the following Saturday, when I went shopping with my friends. We all grabbed something to eat and then just chilled on one of the benches chatting. A man then popped up next to us asking if he could sit down. It was a little apprehensive, but my friend said that they're public seats and we shouldn't stop him. He was standing on my friend's side, but when we allowed him to sit, he shifted right next to me. He just sat still there, not moving, not saying a word, but just looking straight. They then turned towards me and smiled. I tried to get up, but he grabbed my shoulder, to which my friend started shouting. They then started shouting himself directly in my ear and casually walked away. My friends walked me home that night, but it started getting worse. Someone started posting blank letters through our mail and was unable to comprehend anything. There was random bangs on the door, and when we went out there wasn't anyone there. Also, when I passed my driving test, I got a letter congratulating me. It was typed up. We still get the letters, just not as frequently. I put together a police report, but still they don't seem to believe a single word. I say when I was about 13, my parents and I moved to an old house. It was at least 90 years old. It was large and it was pretty good for the condition that it was in, and was an only child. I got the second biggest room on the second floor, and that room was huge. Sometimes my parents left me at home by myself for a few hours, whether they were going shopping or on a date. I always asked to stay at home. I didn't mind staying at home because I like to think of myself as responsible and trustworthy. It made me feel special. One night, at around 6 p.m. or so, My parents had to go run some errands, and they were the kind of people who spent long hours out shopping for the best deals, and they used a lot of coupons on whenever they could. And I didn't want to be involved in all this and that, so I decided not to come. I stayed in my room and watched some TV. Then at around 8 p.m., I got hungry and decided to go down and get a snack. Now, at this point, the house is very dark, so I grab my cell phone and use it as best I can to light up the hallway, since the hallway didn't have a light now. This was before cell phones had built-in flashlights, so I just used all the light my screen could give until it made it to the kitchen. The kitchen light had been left on by my parents. I put my cell phone on the counter. As I was walking to the pantry, I saw a man hunched down in the corner by the back door. He was wearing black and red clothing, and he had long, greasy, unkempt hair. I didn't see his face because his head was facing the wall and he was holding a large knife. He didn't notice that I had spotted him. I wanted to scream, but I used my hand to cover my mouth and walked back upstairs, leaving my cell phone down there. I was not walking over to get it. We didn't have any phones upstairs, so I walked into my room, locked the door and hid in my closet. I started crying silently and started thinking of the word. He was going to find me and kill me. I just knew it. Then I heard someone coming up the stairs, heavy footsteps. I felt sick and I had never been so afraid in my life. Then I heard someone open the door to my parents' room, which was 2 rooms away from mine. I then hear police sirens outside and I hear the door being knocked on. I breathed a sigh of relief. I hear the man running back down the stairs quickly and he's trying to open up our back door. Then I hear our front door being pushed down and I heard footsteps of 2 people coming upstairs and they started searching a home. The police come to my room and let me know it's safe. I opened the door. I later found out that our neighbors saw this man unlocking our back door with a key and saw that he had a knife and called the police. My parents arrived a few minutes later and my mom started hugging me and crying. The man unfortunately escaped. I cried and got no sleep that night because the man had a key. We changed the lock, but we eventually moved way out of state. I'm 23 now. I have moved past it, but there are several questions I still have. How did he get a key? Why did he want to come in our house, and what would he have done if the police showed up any later? I'm a 25-year-old female and I've been living with my boyfriend for the last 6 months. This was about 4 years ago. I was online a lot and still am, and then a lot of cool people. Many had rough backstories, but I always offered a listening ear and tried to support them. I'm going to mention that I have autism and can be pretty naive, so don't recognize certain bad situations right away. I met a 24-year-old guy from Australia. I'm from Europe who had just broken up with his girlfriend. That, he said, was completely emotionally unstable, and it ended up with her wanting to kill herself and him not being able to handle it anymore. I asked him about it a lot and tried to help him cope with the situation. We started to game together online and I started to see him as a friend, but after a while I started to notice that he was kind of acting like I was his girlfriend. I glanced over it because he knew I had a boyfriend and it might have just been kindness, and I mistook it. I'm famous for being oblivious to that kind of stuff. He started to tell me that I should break up with my boyfriend, going on long tangents and writing me emails, how my boyfriend was like his ex-girlfriend, that he abused me mentally and physically, that he was raping me and was making my life a living hell, and that he was going to kill me potentially one day, which was all completely absurd, and I kept explaining that to him. After a while, it was obvious that he indeed thought of me as his new girlfriend. He made it clear we were going to spend the rest of our lives together and that he would make sure of it. He was convinced that me telling him to stop and leave me alone was all orchestrated by my boyfriend and I was actually being held hostage. Luckily, he didn't know my full name, or so I thought, or where I lived. I started getting messages from random accounts with pictures of people bloodied up saying this is going to happen. Oh, with his name on the pages itself, and this went on for a while. I begged him to stop, but he kept pushing. I blocked him, but he kept making new accounts to get in contact with me. I decided to just delete my account on that site altogether and not go there anymore and hoped it would go away, but then I suddenly started to get messages on Facebook. I never told him my full name, and even then I made sure my Facebook is extremely private with my family nickname, and I only had other family members on there, because most of them live far away. My boyfriend didn't even have a Facebook account, and, like I said before, I kept my full name and location to myself. He made about 150 pages and profiles and completely directed to me with pictures of people killing themselves, telling me he was going to kill himself, complete with overlays and banners of, "This is your fault." It seemed like he made it his full-time job to send me messages on different platforms. He even found stuff like my YouTube account and followed me around there. Eventually he started sending receipts of his school books that he had sold of his current school year, and later one plane ticket to the airport where I actually live close to, and 2 back to Australia. He kept sending proof, like of him moving out of his apartment and putting his stuff in storage. He told me he was coming to save me from my boyfriend who kept me hostage, and that he was going to kill him and take me back to Australia so I could be safe. He had gotten rid of all ties. He had quit school, quit his job, so he could have a blank slate, telling me we have to live under the radar for a while. All the while he kept sending me pictures as proof of doing these things. Because he loved me and wanted to show it by now, I had blocked every Facebook account with his unfortunately extremely common name and basically deleted every other online account I had, even though a lot were under different names. He found me everywhere. Eventually the day came where he was taking pictures at the airport, which he was posting on my Facebook wall, and him in the plane, which logos I immediately recognized as my country's official airline. They began talking about the actual house I lived in, which was kind of a strange place to live. I lived in an industrial area in a maintenance apartment inside a huge empty building with only one other office. That was on the lease as a maintenance person, but that was purely for legal reasons, because the owner thought he could make some money on the side. The whole building was open to me in. There weren't any people living remotely nearby. They definitely couldn't have known I lived there. They started messaging about how perfect the whole setup was for his plans. My boyfriend was aware of everything that had happened by then and thought it was best that if maybe we sought out the help of the police, they could give us some advice. But of course they couldn't do anything and suggested that if we were scared we'd better just go somewhere else. And we decided to go stay at my parents'. We went back the next day, since we both had school and work with, saw police cars in front of the building. The owner informed us that someone had broken in. This person had tried to go into the office next to our apartment, and they had an alarm system that went off and alerted the police at that point. I wanted to know what the hell was going on and if he had tried to break in. Since that was our first guess, it wasn't hard contacting him, since he already sent multiple messages again on Facebook from several different accounts. My boyfriend contacted him and the guy agreed to have a webcam chat. When he turned his cam on, I immediately recognized a hallmark of our city from the window behind him. I silently freaked out, not letting known I was present. My boyfriend then spent more than 7 hours talking to him. The guy was furious and still certain my boyfriend was going to kill me with nothing that could change his mind. After more than 7 hours with my normally calm boyfriend getting pretty annoyed at this point because of the most stupid reasoning, the guy copy-pasted to whole chat conversations and spin them in crazy ways. The guy was saying he was disgusted and started to throw out profanities towards him about me, basically saying that if I was so adamant on staying with him, I deserved what my boyfriend was going to do to me and he wouldn't mourn me because I had ruined his, my own, our kids and our life together. I only heard from him one more time after that, a short video of him being in the hospital saying that he had tried to kill himself and was all my fault and I was going to bring darkness over the earth instead of light, like you promised, he said. He said stuff like that often and other weird spiritual promises, he said I made. I got scared again for a while, but it got silent after that, even though it was years ago. I'm still afraid the guy isn't over me and will come after me, but as far as I know, his parents had locked him in a nursing home for the mentally ill. I got this info a year later, when his older brother finally responded to my Facebook messages to him telling him to please speak to his brother because it was not okay. Stupid Facebook spam folder. Needless to say, this man was batshit crazy.